Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Today, we're starting the live streams for the week. And this week, we're going to be doing some building, which I'm excited about. We found a little area in the plains and going to move the resources we've been gathering and go over there. But before I get into that, I figure it's probably a good idea for me to just quickly, in the beginning of each stream, summarize what I'm doing for Enigma Mode, because that'll help people understand what's being updated, right? So right now I'm working on the next patch, and there's been loads and loads and loads of feedback. So thank you everybody who has been giving me feedback. Everything you notice, like I know sometimes you might have to notice something more than once and show me more than once, but everything you notice ultimately helps improve the game for everybody who's playing on Enigma. Path of Magic is now just one Enigma server. I'm happy to say there's like 2 or 3 other ones that I know of that people are managing and asking me questions and everything. So it's really awesome. It's been super motivating seeing that people who don't like even know about EWP want to like run these servers, and it's super cool. So this update is mostly fixing things that people have found and mistakes and issues I've made in the scripts. And it's also going to revise some of the updates for Slayer. So first I'm going to talk quickly about Slayer and what I'm going to do. From what I've seen with people playing, Slayer needs to be longer. The tasks need to be more epic. What I noticed from the playtesting and also from the little bit of stuff I did is that if Konar gives you a task and the task itself only takes like 10 minutes, then like it's not very rewarding. It doesn't feel right because you have to travel maybe 20 minutes or 30 minutes to get there one way. And then you're somewhere else. Maybe you have to make some other armor that you don't normally have. That's no good. So what I've done is basically make all the Slayer tasks much longer. So now instead of like a little mini quest, it's like a really long quest that you get lots of coins for. So the focus now is on coins and making the loot rewards more clear. So I also added a system that will give the player a Slayer key in the very beginning, just so that they know about Slayer. That's how they learn about it. They find one of the keys, and then they have to go turn them in. That's the idea. But I won't go on too much about that. Lots of other updates to the Slayer task, just little things. In addition to that, we're changing all the carts, making everything more effective so that they can hold a lot more items. They can hold a lot more weight without getting as heavy. I think that because of Enigma Mode and no map and no portal, it's just going to be better for people. If maybe the carts are too efficient, like they can hold so much stuff, and it almost doesn't make sense. I think probably that's a better direction to go in. So that's what's going to happen with the carts. They're getting reworked, going to have more health, all be more efficient, able to carry more weight without moving slowly, essentially. Even the basic cart is going to get upgraded. All of the carts will. In addition to that, got a bunch of other changes, but I won't go into all of that anymore. Let's actually get into the Valheim world. Just figured it's a good idea in general. When I start these live streams, I should kind of tell you what I'm currently working on. Because one of the reasons honestly, the main reason I do the live stream is so that I can make the development process more transparent, have a closer relationship with all of you all, and make myself more interactive. One of the things I want to make sure is that people feel like they can like reach out and share an idea and I'm going to see it. Make sense? Like I want to make sure people can have that experience. So the live streams really like it's to interact with people, to show off Enigma. I'm not really worried about it being like catchy and hooking people and all these things. I'll focus on that kind of stuff in my tutorials in the YouTube work. Hello, Hal. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So, what we're going to be doing, first, I'm going to get fooded up here. Basically, last stream, I had a fun time in the Black Forest. And then I actually went back there in single player and got another cart's worth of materials. So there's a bunch of building supplies, loads of wood, and what we're gonna do is kind of move stuff over to this new spot. And how met his first chaos bunny. Or he got done in by one, so maybe he's seen them before. Chaos bunnies are one of the things people who play on the server find out. I haven't been killed by one yet. Almost killed by one, but not quite. Alright, it looks like I died somewhere. Oh yeah, I remember now. I remember. I died because I went to show how at the new spot that we're gonna be building in. That's right. I remember now. Okay. So I don't have my body here. I guess we can go to that spot, but if we're going there, may as well transport some stuff, right? So let's see. How should this be done? I guess we can just take that ultra cart, start loading it up. Each of us has a cart. I guess we're good to go, in theory. I don't have a super plan on what to do for the actual building yet, but I know we're going to need resources, and we have a bunch of resources. So, just going to load these carts up, and then head over to my body, see how that goes. This already has a bunch of stuff in it. Let's grab a bunch more. Here, I think all the extra building stuff is like here. Yeah, here we go. Alright, so what do we have? Got a bunch of stone, a bunch of wood. Okay. Well, first, let's just take a bunch of wood there. And then a little bit of each kind. We want to make sure we get, like, the building options, right? So let's make sure that we have Growstone, we have black marble, obsidian crystal, stone, wood. More ancient bark won't hurt. Ba-boom. Now, this stuff I'll grab in a little bit. I just want to make sure I have, I guess, like a full stack of that's good. Fine wood. Alright. And some coal. Cool. This should be enough for the start. Because probably we're going to need to make like a perimeter, like some kind of wall, just to keep the goblins away for the beginning. I guess we'll see how it goes, though. Oh, I'm so glad about this place stacks button. It's funny, too. I was about to go on a rant earlier about how I wished they had this button, and then I was like, wait a second. That's what place stacks does. Funny. Alright. We're going to need a lot of wood for these walls, because probably to start can just use... There's like fortified walls, probably? These are nice because they block visibility. And then the goblins don't even see you in the first place. So probably we'll like make a temporary closed off area. And then after we like have built and better set everything up, then we can actually go about properly defending it, etc, etc. So, just so you know, if you're playing on Path of Magic, the carts in Path of Magic are adjusted. So normally you can't put 7,000 pounds worth of stuff in a cart, but in Palm, all of the carts have increased efficiency. So especially the Ultra cart, which is what this one is. So the better the cart is, the more weight you can put in it without being completely screwed. Like here, this is 7,000 pounds. And normally, like, you would really struggle to go up any kind of incline. Like, I wouldn't be able to. Here you can see, as long as I go diagonally, I'm alright. And this is actually before the next patch. And the next patch is going to make all the carts even more efficient. Just so it's even easier to move stuff around. I want to really encourage people to use the carts. They're already using them a lot. And I don't think I need to, like, there's not much benefit to a cart getting destroyed easily, if that makes sense. So I figured I may as well buff them a bunch, make them like very convenient to use, right? One of the other things is the dungeon resets. One of the other players found that, I think it was Arizosa, found that if you reset a dungeon and the cart's at the entrance, it'll just like yeet the cart out of existence, right? Because I didn't think about carts. So what I have to do is just edit the dungeon reset system so that if there's a cart nearby, it says, like, move the cart out of the way. And then you can reset. So that'll happen in the next patch, most likely. And I'm hyped. So normally for me, I have the most time to develop on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Those are like my sort of full-time development days. After that, I have to like work on my day job, otherwise I end up behind. Because I have like, so it's sort of like 3 things I have to do. There's the YouTube channel, and there's my day job, which pays the bills now, but like won't guarantee me anything in the future. And then there's YouTube, like managing the YouTube channel itself, right? And that, it's funny because like hourly pay wise, YouTube work is really low pay. But once it works out, it becomes really high pay. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's kind of a trick. You got to be willing to work a lot without earning much so that you can in the future earn more without working all the time, basically. You know, Hallow made a good point. Carting at night, what could go wrong? Yeah. I mean, to be honest, I seem to die like... Nice. I tried to slap him, it didn't work. I seem to die mercilessly, like, irregardless to whether it's night or daytime. And to be honest, sometimes the night is easier because the night spawns skeletons. So you can just run around and then the skeleton will get the aggro from the monster you're fighting. So sometimes it can actually be easier. In this case, though, I just haven't practiced with the knife yet. Let's see. Alright. I guess I just need to get a rested buff. I'm rested. All good. Got some health. Alright. And now, because I'm running over there, I may as well just take an inventory of stuff, right? Why not? Gonna need it later. This is useful stuff. Let's see. We got some more stuff in here. Yeah, loads of stuff in here. Little bit of troll hide. I'm gonna take like random things that will allow us to build what we're missing there, right? So let's see what kind of things we'll need. Cores. I guess I don't need all the res. No, what should I go here? I really need a belt, to be honest. That'd be nice. I guess I'll just put away the coins here. There we go. Now I can just run over. And of course, I died without my knife equipped. Classic. Just saw something explode. You never know if that's just like random things or if it's a player with a fire arrow. Oh, was that Deathsquito? No, I didn't see any. I didn't see any player death animation there. Just a bunch of skeletons. You see, I swear, it is kind of easier at night sometimes. Honestly, now it's not so bad. This is the part of the night that the visibility is a bit better. I guess it was misty earlier. Misty in the plains. Oh, that's always the worst, isn't it? So on Enigma, you can get lucky with Deathsquito. Like half the time when they attack, they'll get destroyed. So that's why I kind of can get away. If you've noticed, like sometimes I'm like shamelessly just walking through the plains as if I'm totally fine, and then like the Deathsquito blows up. Like that's what's happening basically. I'm getting lucky. But you don't always get lucky, like what happened last time. And so now we're still good, but I'm gonna put all this stuff. Oh, my cart's totally full. Okay, cool. I guess that works out. We just need to keep going until we get to the magic village spot. And I actually have another body there, so I'll be able to get like corpse run or something. You wanna go? You wanna go? You wanna give me a bubble? Yeah. Thank you, thank you. And when I was playing last time, I got a silver knife. I love knives, to be honest. Knives are my favorite part of fighting in Valheim. Oh, I got a Diverger drop. Nice. The Diverger trophies are really useful. They yeah, basically you can use them to summon Diverger instead of paying 999 coins, which is nice when you don't have a bunch of coins. Oh god, I know that. I saw that little jiggle. I recognize that shaman. Now I've learned to be kind of terrified of their little headdresses here. Hey, don't. What are you doing? Ah, he's gonna. Here we go. I got him now. It's funny. That's definitely one of those mechanics that. It's like the fact that enemies teleport around. I know it's very abstract. It's confusing for people. But there's actually a lot of really interesting consequences to that system. For one, it makes enemies a lot more unpredictable. You'll find that certain enemies just end up showing up in weird places over and over and over again. Like, for example, trolls can travel over trenches. They can get over walled terrains because they throw a rock and then they teleport where the rock lands, right? So it's actually, it's like, I know that's like a weird thing. Like, people are like, why does that happen? It doesn't really make a lot of sense. But there's actually a lot of things later on in the game that it makes more kind of deep. Like when boss fights happen and that kind of thing. If the boss is teleporting around, they basically dodge the player's ranged magic attacks and arrows more reliably. Whereas if you don't have the boss moving around, then the player can always just sort of find a safe spot and just kind of farm the boss without really being in danger. So it's another way to bypass that kind of play style. Where you're just perfect, like you can be perfectly safe, if that makes sense. The teleporting system makes it so any ranged projectile monster can teleport where its ranged projectile lands. But it doesn't happen every time, right? It only happens some of the time. Oh, I avenged myself. right at the end there. Oh, I love seeing the rest in peace signs. They just make me smile, to be honest. But now it's daytime. That'll be nice. And every time I die, I get to take more things over there. So it's not that big of a deal, to be honest. We're like halfway to the spot. It's pretty close. Let's see, I was talking about something with the teleporting mobs. There's another reason though. Yeah, so the teleporting mobs, it also does some other stuff. Like, if you know how to use the system against it, it actually gives you an advantage. But that's like an example of the mechanical skill of learning Enigma, if that makes sense. There's this kind of like progression you go through where you learn how to do things in the Enigma way, right? For example, when a monster teleports, yeah, I know that's confusing, and they show up randomly, and it makes them stronger. They can just like teleport behind you. You don't even know they're there, and then they shoot you in the face. But you can also use that against them, because every time the monster teleports, they forget you're there for a moment until they see you again. And that's your chance to get a critical strike on them. You can get a free sneak attack if you just run right up to them and attack them. Because once you see the animation, you know they're about to teleport. So once you learn how to use the system, you can actually use the fact that they teleport attack to destroy them. So that's like how I like to design mechanics. I like it when there's a give and a take. Like, yeah, it is harder for the player in a certain way, but if they learn the other side of that coin, they can use that against, or use that to their advantage, right? And that's a recurring theme. I found you can add a lot of depth to the experience by, like, really leaning on the progression being more skill-based. Like, because once you've played a lot of Enigma, you'll fare better in Enigma, even on a brand new character, because you know about all the different mechanics, you know about silver weapons, you know about the elemental arrows, you know about empowering, you know more about the biome rules, how they work. So all of this just allows allows people to perform better, pretty much. And I found that I don't know what to call that kind of skill development, but it's like it's not like this, right? Like, sorry, it's not these things. These are very like hard-coded skills, right? Like my bow skill is level 32. My run skill is level 41, right? Like these are very much numbers, and numbers are sort of problematic. What I prefer to do is make it so people learn things, and then the more they learn, the more capable they are in the game. Does that make sense? It's like, it seems to be more rewarding, at least for me personally. I've seen it. I've observed players, and I think that it's more rewarding when the skill sets are, they're very much like things you feel and that you know, and they translate to any other character you make. I'm not saying it always has to be that way, right? There's definitely something really fun about going up the progression of finding better weapons and then improving them and looking for the gear that you need to better, you know, empower them, and that whole process. It's definitely really fun, don't get me wrong. But that process, the problem with it is it runs out, right? Like it reaches a peak. So you sort of have to figure out how to make it work in other ways. And my answer to that isn't like to get rid of linear things, but rather to add so many mechanics and so many different ways to do things that you can always play a different way, if that makes sense. That's sort of the idea. I don't know how it'll actually go. Uh-oh. I knew the moment I tried to block him. I was like, I can get a block. Hal's gonna stun him. That goblin didn't get stunned. I don't have any armor yet, so starred monsters put me in my place real quick. Real quick. But you know, now that I'm thinking about it, we're definitely gonna need food in this next place that we go. So let's see how this looks. We can make 20 more of these. Oh, that's great. I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna eat some FUD. We're gonna go for the full-on health master here. It's funny, in normal Valheim, I don't care about health food. I'm all about stamina food. But in Path of Magic, or Enigma, I use health food, because if you have a bunch of health food, you can get bubble blocks and you can survive, like, stronger attacks, right? That's why I'm able to get away with not... I have 3 armor. It's so funny. Oh, man. Alright, let's do this here. No, I don't want to make any muck shake. What I want is all the serpent stew here. That's right. That's why I thought mushrooms were important. You see? I remember. There was a reason. Alright, let me look in chat here. Hello, Forsaken Abomination. Hey, it's Forteca. Is that Forteca? Forsaken Abomination, or is that someone else? Hello, by the way, either way. And hello, Jake. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well, man. I know you said you had some, like, health stuff going on, so I hope you're recovering and everything's good. It's always, I guess sometimes computers really shine, right? Sometimes when you're healing or you have to recover from something or you're sick, just being able to, like, sit and play a computer game is really nice. Helps you just kind of do that, right? Hey! Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I didn't eat all the mushrooms. I just cooked them. Alright. So, let's see. This time, I'm gonna take some food to the next base place that we're going. Because this place, this little place we have here, this is like a little ghetto alley to start. You know what I mean? It's one of those, like, bare minimum places where you get all the stuff you need to build and acquire some resources and eat some food. So then you can make a proper place, right? That's the idea next. Go to a proper place. This is a decent amount of food. I think that's probably fine for now. We're gonna need to go deal with some serpents later, but I think that's alright. Could take another cart if I really wanted to, but I think it's okay for now. Probably we can just keep going. Alright. Give me a moment here. I'm gonna sip some of my Pinot Leo. I wonder how much of I've noticed that in the plains, the sun feels really nice. And like, as much as I don't necessarily like it when I can't see or it's dark, probably that's why the sun feels really nice in the plains. It's definitely like one of those places that, I guess because of when it rains and it gets all gray, I find that I often have those moments in the plains where I'm like, oh wow, it's so colorful and like bright and I can see really far, and I have that moment over and over and over again in the plains. Whereas in other biomes, I don't have that. I have that in the Black Forest. Like there's something about the Black Forest vibes and the like red and blue sky that works really well. So I have that experience there sometimes, but can I tank this? Yeah, I can. Okay. Oh. Whoa, what? He evolved. I am not in. Wait, what? 2-star. Ooh. I thought only skeletons could evolve into these twitchers. I made ghosts able to evolve too. I don't remember doing that. That was funny. I'm finally learning. You see, that's why I go for the full health setup. Because you can get bubble blocked really easily. And there's skeletons everywhere. So as long as you're smart and you go around with the bubble, everything's fine. It's just I haven't gotten to that point in the playthrough where I'm actually like playing like I'm playing Enigma mode. So I often like run around like an idiot still. And I'm like not using a bubble. And yeah. You live or you die by the bubble. You gotta have a bubble. Like really, traveling around the server becomes so much easier. Even just once you get a bubble shield with like wolf fang spears, or if you use bubble blocking. The problem with bubble blocking is that you have to be able to survive one hit, which sometimes is hard, right? Like you would think that'd be pretty easy. You just gotta survive a hit, right? But like that means like, okay, what if all the monsters around you are starred monsters? Like, what do you do? You know, it's you got to deal with that. So I'd personally recommend if you like if you actually if you want to have a better experience when you're moving around, focus on the bubble and make sure you always have a way to give yourself a bubble. It makes surviving a lot easier. It also means like if you accidentally blow yourself up or something, you'll survive a little bit longer. It's not foolproof. Like you can still die from elemental damage when you get that kind of bubble damage thing. Oh hey, a gemologist. That's cool. I think I can do this one. Oh no, I threw away. Oh no, I have some rubies. I think I made this guy work with rubies. I think so. I don't quite remember though, but oh hey, there's 2 people here. Desquito, you're here too. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm gonna hope you guys will take care of that guy. Let's see. So I can just toss some of this for now. In theory, if I give this guy 10 rubies, he'll give us 10 of an Ashland's gem, but I don't actually remember. Oh! What do we get? Oh no, we didn't get 10. We got 3 of each gem. Yo, that's worth it. That is worth it. The rubies are not as... I mean, they're still valuable, don't get me wrong. But the gems are pretty useful. There's a lot of stuff you can do with the gems on Enigma. And if they don't feel useful enough, well, that's something I will fix. Basically, I'll keep updating them until gemstones feel like gemstones. Because for gemstones to really work, they need to feel like they're the most valuable thing there is, sort of. They are worth more than a whole coin pile, you know, they're all of that kind of stuff. I'm not sure exactly how to go about it, but we'll get there. For now, you can use gems to restart dungeons. You can use them to get more coins that way, because normally you'd have to pay 999 coins to reset a dungeon. So basically, each of these 3 gems is a pile of 999 coins if you're farming dungeons. Make sense? So, now, I think this is like, this is where I died, right? Yeah, this is the general region for our little village area. Oh. So. Definitely. There we go. I got a bow again. Got to toss my hammer into the ocean. You know how it is. The builder's way. Alright, nice. So, now what I want is like, gotta find a little spot. Something, honestly, I'm really digging the birch forest vibe. I like the birch forest. Look at this guy, a regular goblin. Aw, yeah. You broke my knife. Bastard. Hiya. Uh-oh. Nice. Ah, yeah, I have a level 1 knife. I was gonna say, this thing feels like it broke super fast. Whoa, negative 50? How did I get negative 50 durability? I didn't even know you could get negative durability. Does that mean that the stronger the monster... Oh, does your durability... Does it go down and it's based on the damage you took from the hit? I didn't even know it could go negative. I'm kind of surprised, to be honest. Both, maybe? I feel like we sort of need to wall off an area. Yeah, I'm still not sure about it. I feel like this area for sure, but exactly where in this area, I'm not sure. So why don't we begin by I'll just wall off one kind of region, and then we'll build within the walled perimeter. And I'll just get started, and we'll make it work here. Now, I know that this is not going to be perfect. Goblins are certainly going to have their way, but I'll start, like, right here. Come on. Oh, the cart. That's right. I guess I need to store something a little bit. I guess this can be our initial little... I'll make it a nonsense chest. And we can move this around later, but now this can be, you know, just put some building materials in, that kind of thing. Whoop. Clear my inventory here. So as for far out, right now I'm gonna make a wall to block off a big circular area, sort of, or like cut a chunk out of this area, and then we secure the interior and figure out what to do from there. So I haven't figured out that part yet, but we're about to get there. It'll be great. It's gonna be glorious, and I'm excited, to be honest, because building is definitely something that the more I've played Valheim, the more into building I've got. Whereas, I mean, in the beginning, I really didn't build that much in my first couple of playthroughs, to be honest. Like, maybe even at all in some cases. Like, I built nothing. Except, like, the bare minimum. But now, I love building. It's really interesting. And I think it's from, like, managing the server now. Like, the turning point for me was sort of when I had to start making places for people to, like, play on the server, and if that makes sense. And then that got me kind of interested, and then I started speaking with Dakar, and after that, then I had to make, like, custom locations for for Path of Magic, right? And like the first example of that were like the Diverger banks and the floor trading headquarters and these things. So those are like what got me into building. But I've also tried to do a bunch of building projects where I end up getting like totally overwhelmed, and it ends up being like totally out of scope. So it's not always, it doesn't always go super smoothly, but ever since those experiences, I've learned to like do things very modularly so that I don't get overwhelmed by making like some giant contraption or something that I can't end up building. That sort of happened last time, because I was making a castle, and then I stopped streaming. But that wasn't really about that, to be honest. It was more that, like, when I was streaming then, I still wasn't sure what I wanted to do with the YouTube channel and everything else. So I was kind of just experimenting. And then over time, I started to figure out, like, what I actually want to do with the channel and how the live streams can fit into the channel. And then from there, that allowed me to, you know, better deal with, make a plan for the live streams. And so now it's different. I'm not just experimenting with the live stream, doing random nonsense. I actually want to, like, the live stream has a specific purpose, right? As I mentioned, it activates the server. It allows me to better connect with the community, and that's all really, really important. So that's the angle for the live streams now. Because one of the things that, like, I've wanted to do for a while, really, is, yeah, make it so that people can, like, build with me more and that kind of thing, right? And we can work on stuff together. That definitely is something that I think in general is really enjoyable about Valheim, when you can actually kind of work with other people on something, and especially if that something then gets used somehow. It's just tough because that requires like coordination and teamwork, and people tend to lack those skills. But hey, Valheim is a great way to learn them, right? It really has like a remarkable way of, how do I put it? Of giving people something to work together on, if that makes sense. That's definitely one of Valheim's strengths. I mean, if you compare it to other games, like, most games are fairly competitive, even if it's not, like, completely competitive. Usually there's a lot of, like, score-taking and comparing things in video games. It's quite normal, to be honest. It doesn't have to be that way, but some people like it. I'm, like, probably one of the least competitive people in the world. I can't even play board games. It's pretty funny. Hal, if the iron is in the cart, and sometimes inside the nonsense chests as well, the mods don't necessarily notice everything in them, like for the craft from container mods, because the containers are so big that it seems to like kind of cause some issues sometimes. So, but yeah, this is the idea here. We're just I'm just making some loose outer perimeter that's temporary. It's nothing fancy. This isn't gonna be like a permanent thing. And then we can focus on just making this inner area safe, right? Yeah, I think it's all the carts actually. So it's not that the cart itself isn't is different. It's like something to do with the amount of stuff in the cart that seems to mess up the mods. Because it also doesn't work with, like, if you take a nonsense chest, it also doesn't necessarily work. So I think maybe those mods are programmed to only look at the first, like the vanilla rates of how many item slots, right? Because if that's the case, then that would explain why it doesn't see all of the items. Let's see. No, I thought this nonsense chest was kind of centralized, but it's actually really far away. All good, all good. Just take a bunch of this wood. I'm just gonna make this a wood cart. Wood cart, wood cart, wood cart. Hey, if what he was saying, if Desquito was saying, then that means that if I just make a normal cart, maybe I'll be alright. Uh-oh. Someone got Hal. He died in the safe perimeter. Oh no. Our perimeter has been breached. Alright, let's see. I'm looking for... Yeah, I guess ideally some wood, but that's okay. I could just summon a cart. Maybe I should do it that way. Yeah, let's see actually. Can I use this stuff? Yeah, right now it sees the wood from somewhere. But where? Where is it seeing the wood? In the cart behind me? That works actually. Oh, nope. Yeah, I guess it was in the chest. Okay, so what I need to do then is just find some coins somewhere. Did we bring any coins? I think there might be some coins. I just need 205. But I could sell some stuff. I'm not going to worry about it for now. I'll just deal with the limitations. Just place a normal chest and deal with it that way. It'll be fine. Let's see, where is this thing gonna go? Oh yeah, look at you. You're smart with your stone wolves. Alright, cool, cool. Yeah, we can cover this area. Ah, you'll bring coins? Awesome. That's great. Okay, so I'll just have this in my inventory then. And we can go... I'll just place these workbenches around, make it a little easier for us. Now, is there anywhere in this interior that you can't build anything? That's what I'm looking for. Oh no, workbench doesn't need build object. I was like, oh, we covered everything. Okay, this whole area. There we go. Now, let's see. Still good, still good. Alright, this area, this is pretty reasonable. Just gonna run around, make sure. This will just make it easier later. Don't want to be dealing with finding workbenches over and over again. Here we go. Alright, good. Looking good. Maybe just right here. Yeah, okay. Oh no, barely even. It's like right... I guess I can just place this like there. There we go. Probably can get rid of this rock too. We'll figure that out later though. Bum, bum. Alright, now I'm ready to get... Oh, look at this big guy. Watch out, our fueling buddy friend is back. He's here. He's ready. Let's see. I'll try not to blow you up. Yeah, breach. I learned some tricks with these fire arrows actually. If you just go like this, it works pretty well. You make like a minefield pretty much. Oh, I blew myself up a bit there. But if I actually like hit the enemies, I always blow myself up, especially if there's other people around. Doesn't really work that well. Oh my god, look at all these goblins. Boom. Nice. Ooh, hey, coins. There we go. It's so funny. I love navigating, trying to not blow each other up with the arrows. It's like they're so strong, but it's so easy to kill yourself or another person. We did good, yo. We cleared out this whole gaggle of. Oh no! He got you! No, I was bragging about how good we did. Uh-oh, look out, Hal. Trying to blow up this goblin. He's not letting me, though. Stop running! Stop resisting! There we go. Did I get him? Nah. I gotta bait him closer. Okay, there we go. There we go. Hehe, yeah, sucker. It's so good to not just die every time I hear a goblin laugh. Alright, alright. Back to the wool. We need our wool. We need our safety. I can learn, I swear. How do I do this again? Yeah, see, Deathsquito's smart. He's using, like, proper, oh, nope. That's not what I was trying to do. There we go. He's using proper wools, stone wools. I'm not at the Stone Age yet, personally. I'm not ready for that. I'm living the Palisade wool life. And I guess maybe we can make this like a jumping kind of deal, right? Can I jump over this? That's how I get in. I just jump over. Yeah, not really easy. Oh, nope. Let's make it a bit better. There we go. There's our little jumping part. That should be fine. Bum ba bum. Excuse my very visceral wool here. I also angled it wrong. I want to protect this workbench a little bit. Oh, ran out of wood. Hey, look at this. Oh no! Our perimeter is not safe. Ah, charred Twitcher. I see. Hello, Twitcher friend. Hello. Oh. Twitcher is like playing dodgeball. Uh-oh. Did that explode? Oh. That's so funny. It would, I mean, it would be kind of cool if the arrows turned into like proximity things, but I think timed is probably, it works out. Considering how simple the fire arrow script is, it's one of the more efficacious ones. Sometimes I like to make a metric of lines scripted to fun had. So the most efficient script in my head is the script that created the most fun with the fewest lines. And you'd be amazed how, like, certain things in Valheim, if you just adjust them a little bit, it totally changes how it feels. So sometimes you can just get away with that. Just make like some tiny little adjustment and it really carries itself. Yay! Look at this. We're getting close. We're getting close. Nice. Go. Just soon we'll be able to make like a little sleeping area here. We'll be safe as a clam in a shell. Bum, ba, bum. Now these are definitely not foolproof. I can hear you already. I know the goblins are just gonna go through this. It's okay. As long as we can slow the goblins down. We got our little thing here. How's this doing? Okay, we have our perimeter. We won't be safe. What do you mean? We'll be perfectly safe. It'll be fine. How safely running back. Okay. I'm gonna make a... Okay, I'm gonna use this little place here. I'm gonna make just like a little food spot that's very clearly elevated and a little bit out of the way. 3 idiots with troll gear. I don't even have troll gear yet. I'm not that high level. I'm running around in my plain blue tunic. I got that minus 25% stamina regen though. Or wait, no, plus 25% I guess. Yeah. Alright, so I'm just trying to build like a little thing that the goblins can't get to. So Let's make it like some kind of weird elevated staircase thing. I think just like this will be fine. Yeah, there we go. That works. You jump up, and then you're on here. Nice. And this, just go up like this, and just gonna make like a very, 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 very basic rudimentary little spot here for us to have a little crafting area or something. We'll figure it out. Not too worried for now. Let's see. Yeah. I need like 8 more hammers so I can just toss them all in the ocean. I don't know why I find that so funny. But it always gives me I get a huge kick out of it. Let's see. I guess I'll just do it this way. I'll make more of these wool things. Why not? You can always just go to that black forest and get more wood that way. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What was all that? It's crazy. Oh, shift. That's right. Shift click. Alright. Now, just some basic wool thing. Just gonna use a really simple one here. Do these have a snap point? Oh, they do have a snap point. Hey, that's nice. And I'm gonna just do one corner thing. I need to like toss in some core wood here so it actually works. 1 second. Let's go around here. Bum ba bum. There we go. Bum ba bum. And probably just like one more. I'll be fine. Go for the center. This is why I like the first person mod. There we go. Now everything's all good. That clipping's gonna irritate me later, but whatever. Alright, nice. We got that. We can jump up. Now, I want to make it safe from the Deathsquito and safe from the Goblin. So, first, let's do this. And the goal here is just to really quickly make a safe space that can have the, like, forging stuff and that kind of thing. And then we can figure out what to actually do. Like, what I was pitching earlier was that, like, we make different huts and houses for each person, basically. So each person has their room, but then we have the forging area, the kitchen area, etc., etc. That way we can each kind of like be modular and say like, okay, I'll do the forge, you do this, blah, 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 blah. And if either of you, let's see, I'll ask here. Uh-oh. Am I gonna get stabbed? I think someone just threw a spear at me. Take responsibility for the forge shack or the kitchen. Each person needs a room house, and then we need a storage shack. I guess the storage shack and the crafting shack, kitchen shack, and smelting shack. There we go. That should be fine. Now, who's throwing spears at me? What's this about? I hear the spear, but I don't see the goblin. Well, looks like this safe place worked reasonably well. Bum, bum, bum. Corner time. Let's see, I'll be weird here and use a different degree. Do I want to do it that way? I guess I can do it that way. That's fine, why not? Wait, what did I do? What am I doing? There we go. No workbench. What happened to my workbench? Did a goblin destroy it? Maybe. That wouldn't surprise me. I definitely felt something throwing spears at me, so the next step would be goblin destruction. Alright. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, I'm gonna do it right this time. Hold shift. There we go. No accidental deleting for me. Alright, now let's make this Deathsquito safe. I have a thing for, like, open windows and walls, and that tends to get one wrecked by Deathsquito. So, here we are. We're just gonna do something very simple. And I guess I could just make, like, a big gate. No, no! There we go. And now we just need this. Okay, cool. This looks fairly safe. You know, we can just kit up here, make little beds and stuff. Should be good. Should be safe from Deathsquito. Alright. Here's, how does this work exactly? I remember you can, like, stack beds if you do it right. I guess we put things... First off, I'm going to delete that. And then go, like, 1, 2, 3. I think that's probably fine. I'll go there. Alright, now we need the forge stuff as well. So probably need to go back to the other base. And oh, look at that guy. Look at that goblin. Are you the reason there's no workbench anymore? Mr. Gobbo. Okay, I think no one else is near me, so probably go to town on this guy here. Ha! Nice to have a little safe spot that actually works. Oh, you built a forge. Awesome. Cool. Oh, yeah, I can just dodge roll. I don't know what I'm doing. Setting the whole place on fire, that's what. It's okay. Yeah, so in Enigma, if you ever want to turn off a fire, that's... Or, turn off. If a fire is burning, oh god, you can stop it by just dodge rolling near it. If you notice this, I go like that. There we go, no more fire. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but... Oh, nope, nope, nope. Yep, I deserve that. I deserve that. That was done because it's just like players would often see something burning and then they need to use a bunch of smoke bombs, and it was really hard for them to stop the fire even if they were there in time. So we just made it so if you dodge roll or you kick, then all fires within a certain range just get deleted. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it gives more control to the player. Oh yeah, I'm right here. Oh my god, that's so awesome. Shortest corpse run ever. Nice. Alright. Where'd that gobbo go? Is he still here? I saw something. Uh-oh. Where is this guy? Ah, I see. You got him. You got him. Oh, no, I missed. Ah, yeah, my knife is broken. I don't want to kill Hal, so I'm being careful here. Uh-oh. Oh, nope, nope. Definitely just hit Hal. Sorry about that. I'll just not shoot. I don't have any non-explosive arrows. Hiya! Nice, you got him. Good job. Funny. Hey, he busted up my staircase. It's okay though, you see? It's still safe. Sort of. It's safe enough. I want a safe place, and then can actually think about building a room. It's been a long time in Valheim since I made like a space for myself, if that makes sense. I just haven't done that at all. Let's see. Hal built a forge, right? Is this the forge area? Damn, you guys built fast. Nicer than my little spot over there. My ghetto shack. Ghetto still shack. Alright, where's the, there's a forge somewhere. Somewhere. My brain. I guess we could use this underspace too, but for now, I'm gonna just leave it there. Alright. Okay. Bum bum bum. Hey, sorry. Sorry I didn't, I did not actually look at the chat there. Sorry about that. So no, no one's actually in voice chat with me. I tend to just narrate a lot, so people don't really get much of a chance to speak, to be honest. But at some point I could. I used to join a chat in Discord, so but I found that people would just join so they could hear me without latency. So I'm not really sure, to be honest, if I'll make it. It depends on what people want, really. Because, like, if you want your voice to show up in chat, I can make it so when I'm on the live stream, I am in the Discord channel, and then if you're talking there, then that'll happen. I'm not sure, though, because I've also noticed that, like, when other people are talking, it sort of, like, gets... How do I put it? People get a bit more confused sometimes. So I'm not really sure how to feel about it yet, but I definitely want to be playing with people and triggering people to play, so it would make sense that people are here, right, and they can talk. So that's something we can set up. It's more that, like, nobody's really expressed that much interest in it. They've expressed that they like to be able to hear the live stream without the delay when they're playing, so then it's more useful if I'm in Discord. But as for them actually speaking and people hearing them, nobody has been interested in that yet. And welcome, by the way, Valheim Gal, GameStar Nation, Cruel. Oh no, that's a Twitch spammer. Rose and Give Me Acid. Welcome, Fishmaster. I'm glad you're all here. And yeah, multiplayer is awesome. It's like the best part of Valheim. By the way, GameStar Nation, I checked out some of your other Valheim videos, and that's awesome. I'm always happy to find people who are working on Valheim content and making videos. It's always very motivating. Good stuff. And as I mentioned, if you want to do some kind of live stream at some point and join to have a conversation, I'm definitely open to that. And that's kind of one of the things too, like, probably for actual, like, conversation and interaction, the live stream conversations are the best way to do that, because I already kind of struggle to manage, like, narrating about mechanics and also dealing with playing the game. So that's one of the reasons when I do the live streams, I just make it so, or sorry, not these live streams, I'm talking about the conversation live streams. When I do those ones, I just make it so that, like, I don't have to think about anything else. I just focus on the person. I'm definitely one of those people who gets distracted pretty easily otherwise, as you've all noticed, I imagine. I feel like I need to run back to the other place, grab some random crap, and bring it over here. Probably. Yeah, let's do that. Alrighty, so I'll need stuff for... There's other carts there. I guess I can just bring one of the carts from that place. Yeah, that's how I'll handle it. Let's deposit all this stuff. So my priority really is to be able to repair my silver knife. That'd definitely be nice. But let's see. What would we need to do that? Deer hide, bronze, sharpening. Ah, yeah, we'll be fine. Looks like I can just bring, like, the assorted metals from those chests, and then that'll be enough to deal with it, right? So let's set this up too. Just gonna place this real quick. Bum 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 bum. All right. Hey, Fire, welcome. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Fire's been working on a mod. He sent me I haven't been able to look at it yet because I've been like, I have a lot of development to do, to be honest, like a bunch of it. Loads and loads of feedback. Since the Enigma project started, since I launched it publicly, the rate at which I get playtesting and feedback went up like a lot, maybe like 5 or 6-fold. So now there's loads and loads of little things that are really quick to adjust, and it's awesome. It's like the ideal situation to be in, because if I have to like test things myself, I'm very limited by my own time. But when other people are testing things and I just have to like browse through Discord and then I can make a list of like 100 things to fix, it's so much easier, because then I can just be in game and I go to the thing and I'm like, all right, there's like 8 things to check in this system, and I just do them all at once, and it's pretty effective, to be honest. That's one of the ways I'm able to work and like churn out a lot of updates. So I've been really excited about that. To be honest, I always want to be developing, pretty much. I always want to be scripting, but I have to do other things to be able to have a life where I can script, right? So you can't actually just script all the time, but it's definitely what I prefer. But I'll go grab the I'll go grab some resources. 1 second. And so, just to actually go back to what Valheim Gal said, how do you all feel about that? Do you want, I can make it so every time I live stream, I'm in Discord, in a live streaming chat, and you are free to join, knowing that if you speak, it will be, like, they'll hear you in the live stream. Make sense? Alternatively, I could do it the way I did it before, where you can join and like you can speak and I'll hear you, but the people in the live stream won't easily hear you. I know that might be hard for like Valheim Gal to wrap her head around, because she actually makes content, but a lot of people who play, they're not comfortable like being recorded and their voices being heard and stuff. So it's just like something to keep in mind. I'll do whatever you guys like, especially the people who play around the stream, like Desquito and Haloa. Whatever you guys want, I'll prioritize pretty much. So if you want me to be in a chat in Discord and you can like talk to me and be in the stream, tell me. Or if you would prefer that I'm in Discord just kind of narrating, doing what I'm doing, as I've been doing, so then you don't have to deal with the lags, just let me know. It's one of those things that like, I'm not gonna like pressure people to do a certain way or the other, and I won't put too much time into it. But if you guys express interest in something specific, then I'll go with that interest and do what you see. What is up with this Lox? Why is he's just like got a bunch of ice coming out of him for some reason? Interesting. Seems threatening, so I'm gonna take care of it. Uh-oh. Look at this. Am I actually gonna make it back without dying? Oh yeah, if I die now, I end up in the new spot. I gotta remember that. Let's see. There's our spot. Do I go up the proper way? I guess I can just go up this way. Yeah, it looks like our new spot is actually pretty close to the old spot, to be honest. It's right here. It's just that we get there by going down that whole, like, path system over there. Uh-oh. Oh, that'll be fine, right? I'm not gonna drown, am I? Sweet. Yeah, I'm lucky. It kind of feels weird, to be honest. I haven't died recently. Whoa. I was literally alt-tabbed looking at chat, and then I see the Deathsquito show up. I saw you sent some messages, Fire. I'll look at them in a second, but I'm gonna try and actually get to a reasonably safe area here. Like Death Ravine terrain. Okay, don't want to be around that thing. Yeah, I may have overtuned the Davile a bit, to be honest. They're like, they have so much health. They're like tanks. So like, it's usually better to just leave them alone. Although they don't have the upgrades that the bears had. I will say that the other day when I was fighting the bear, and like I felt a certain way about it, and then it just wrecked me. Like I shot it, and then it just ran right at me and wrecked me. That felt so right. Oh god, where'd this thing even come from? What are you doing? I can bubble block you, right? I'm gonna live. Oh no, the poison! I forgot he has poison. Oh no! Wait. Can I repair just in time? Okay, I repaired. I repaired as I died, which means that the knife will be on that body, not with me. That's fine. I'll be right back. I need to go pee. Ah, feels good to be somewhere else. I keep reviving with, like, just arrow. Just arrows, no bow. Just arrow, no bow life. That's what I'll call it. Bum 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 bum. Hey, you got some leather scraps. Nice. Alrighty. Got that rested buff. I'm gonna be smart. You know, something that I have noticed about video games is how important music is. That's something like I know a lot of people play without music, and sometimes I develop without music in Valheim, but I actually really like the Valheim soundtrack. I noticed that because I turned it back on the other day, and I was like, oh, the feels. There's like something so nostalgic about hearing like the rested music or the title screen music. It's good stuff. Fire, I see what you said. Fire says, I wouldn't even worry about that DLL I sent. Found a few bugs to fix. That's how I feel every time I update Enigma. I'll update Enigma and like patch like 100 things. And then like 12 hours later, I have like 10 more things I want to patch. I actually was gonna, last night, push the patch that I worked on and do it. But then I realized like it's probably kind of irritating for people to have to like update their server file every day if I do that. So instead, I'm trying to do like not daily patches and just do bigger patches that are, you know, once a week or something like that. Oh, you guys have some fun goblins here. I can't do anything because I don't have a weapon, so I'm just gonna run away. I wish you both the best with those friendly fueling. They mean well. I know they laugh at everything and it can be offensive, but they weren't treated well. Just understand. Be in their shoes. Imagine you're a goblin and you're just living peacefully in your village, and then the Viking come and they just kill you all the time. They hunt you down and kill you, you know what I mean? It's tough being a goblin. It's tough. Alright. It feels good to be playing again, to be honest. I see that for me, something that used to happen with Valheim that would cause problems is like when I would play, I would get really obsessed and I would play like every day, but then I would get kind of tired or burned out. 'Cause I don't think it's really possible to keep up playing every single day. I can just see how like now that I'm live streaming and I'm not playing every day, I play like every other day. It's definitely easier to just like take my time and I don't feel as stressed. This is definitely the first time I've played Valheim, and it's like, in my head, this is just like a big Valheim world that I can run around and have fun in, and like progress here for a little bit, do whatever, and then, you know, at some point, like go maroon myself on some island somewhere, and then like restart from there, and like that's kind of what I want. Like, what I envision Enigma as is like a version of Valheim where you can get lost in the world and it's still fun, if that makes sense, and you can start like new areas. Like right now, there's so much preparation in vanilla Valheim. Like if you want to go to a new base, you have to remember a lot of like exact numbers and materials, and like you got to remember your, you know, your 20 flint and your, you know, your 6 copper, your 10 tin for your cauldron, and it's a lot of like root memorization and numbers and black and white. Like if you didn't get this in the meadows, you don't have it. You can only get it there, or you know, one other place. That's usually how it is. So try and work around that more and like shape the Valheim world into something that, like, yeah, you could progress here in this area, but then let's say you get bored of that or you finish that progression, you can like go off on an adventure somewhere else and start anew on an island, and like you won't have to remember every little thing that you have to take to make that possible. It'll just be possible because of the things that you find when you're fighting and exploring. You don't need to remember to bring your progression items, because as long as you're powerful and you have coins in the bank, you can just go somewhere and like find the progression items nearby somehow. I think that in the long run, for like a server, that's what'll really work. It'll work better than what has been going on, but ultimately, who knows? Whoa, the rancid remains killed the goblin? That's surprising. Give me a bubble! Yeah, you're in trouble now. Oh, look at that! Huh. Look at all these souls. Wanna go, Mr. Elder? I used to really not be that scared of these goblin shaman, but now, yeah, now I see one, I'm like, go away. I'm terrified of this thing. Hey, cool, someone's been building. Nice. Whoa! I used the wrong attack there, sorry. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Get away from me, goblin. Oh, hey, I still have a bubble. I gotta take advantage of that. Uh-oh. I can feel it in my bones! I got to the turning point. There's this, like, magic turning point that makes combat and everything so much more doable. Oh. Oh. Sometimes I go for that stun. Whoa, look at that! There's a goblin berserker on in our little hut there. I don't feel very good about that. How did he get there? Did he come all the way from that other plains? Like, what's going on there? I don't really know, but now I have to be careful because I lost my bubble. And this is the thing I was trying to explain. Like, I don't have my bubble, but I don't have enough health or armor to get a bubble from a 1-star goblin. They're just gonna kill me. So we're just gonna use our little minefield tactic here. It works so well. It works great until you accidentally set yourself on fire. Nice, nice. Yeah, rest in peace, goblin. That's right, you better rest in peace. Alright, cool. So, now... Wait. Where'd that brute go? I'm not tripping, right? Or what? Ah, there he is. What, now that whole... that Dave Isle has a whole group of enemies with it now. I see, I see. Okay. Well, we're gonna take advantage of the fact that that brute is over there and I'm over here. And there's no players nearby, so... maybe I can just... give him the business, as they say. Oh god. even though he's safely over there, I still feel scared just being close to him. You're not gonna destroy stuff because you can't reach me, are you? No, he wouldn't do that. No, he wouldn't do that. He wouldn't dare. Nope. Oh, he's definitely doing that. Okay. Good thing he can't aim. What is this? The way the monsters like throw themselves around sometimes, just like really funny. I guess he's trying to attack the path or something. He must be trying to attack part of the path, and it's just like not working for him. Uh-oh. I guess I should just burning down this whole base here. Let's not burn down everything. Thank you. This is a stability skull structure, if you're wondering. I'll explain that mechanic at some point, but not right now. Right now, I want to load up this cart. There's got to be another one here somewhere. Here we go. Just a normal cart, so I got to be a little bit careful with the weight. Maybe keep it around like 1,000 pounds. Should be good. Now look at all this stuff. It all like burned. Uh-oh, wait a second. That was a bed, wasn't it? Whose bed was that? Was that my bed? No. I think that was Hallowa's bed. Your bed here got burned, Hallowa. Just so you know. I don't think it matters because you have a bed over there, but just a warning. Ah, I see. Those were the things for that. Well, that works out. I'm not trying to disassemble all this stuff, to be honest. But maybe you should disassemble the artisan table. Just take the things that are actually needed here in this next area that's more proficient, so to speak. More cart stuff. Good stuff. Alright. Whoa! That didn't work. Sometimes these carts feel like skateboards. They're pretty funny. Yeah, your bed burned down, Hallowa. A mysterious fire that there was a what's it called? A goblin brute in our base, and I shot him with fire arrows, and in doing so I lit our little shack on fire, and that's how we got to where we are today. Now I'm gonna grab some of these extra things here. Black metal, that kind of thing. Let's see. I guess the best way is for me to get encumbered and then jump down over there. So we're gonna go... What's this? Oh yeah, the stations don't reach here. Yeah, this was just a spot to store some stuff out of the way. It's not like something meant to be more than that, if that makes sense. Alright, I'm gonna take all this metal. Now there's... we could trade, we can convert all this iron... or all of this black metal scrap into iron. That's a really useful thing to know about Palm. But for now, 2,000. This is probably like as much as I can carry. Oh god! I didn't even see he was there! Oh, look how close I got to falling off the edge. That would have been a pain to fall off with all that metal. I guess that's... yeah. No, I know what happened. I know what happened now. Well, it's nice and safe over here. At least we all have these beds. It's good. Alright. Oh yeah, I can just have the forge open and I'll get that rested buff. I guess I should be smart though. Eat food. And then get rested buff. There we go. Cloudberries. Alright. There we go. Alright. Let's see. Okay, now I have a moment to look at the chat. Hello, Fire, Kit Fury. Welcome. So Fire said, "Oh, I'm constantly developing with the Valheim music in the background. It's so soothing, right? At least for the version on Modman, patching once a week is probably the best. And adding alternative progression mechanics can definitely make the game feel better. More freedom in the way that you play." Yeah, exactly. Hello, Kit, by the way. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, the Berserker, it did invite himself over. I think, to be honest, it's kind of weird how easily monsters get there, especially monsters that aren't even ranged. So I'm assuming that that Berserker got there. Like, maybe they spawn, and if they spawn under the path, it, like, moves them up to where the path is for some reason. I feel like that's been happening, because it just seems kind of weird how they, or maybe, no, actually, I think I know what happened. What am I saying? I know what happened. This is what happened. There was a platform, and Halloa made it very well, so that enemies couldn't path over it. He did good. But then I came along with a cart, and my cart got stuck in the platform. So I was like, oh, okay, cool. I'm just gonna put this, you know, piece of wood here in this very specially designed platform. So I did that, and then I got my cart unstuck. But then I completely forgot about the piece of wood, and that then made it so any enemy can just path right into that alley. So there's a piece of wood I need to go remove, and that's probably how that shaman got behind me. But the shaman, if they shoot a fireball at the path, they'll teleport onto it, which is hilarious. But I think that is actually how that shaman got behind me. Because I got completely surprised there. I thought I was safe. I thought everything was fine. And then I saw a purple fireball of doom. And, hey, Wraith Trophy and Chain. I mean, I don't know where that came from, but I'll take it. I'll take it. Alright. Hey, Kit says in a few days the Sky Bar will be open. That's awesome. Kit asked me to spawn a very, very big birch tree for him to build something. So he's making a bar, basically. And he had an idea for a strobe light. He didn't tell me what the strobe effect was, how he figured out how to make a strobe. But that's pretty cool. I wonder how he did it. I guess we'll see soon, won't we? I learned a lot from seeing how people build, to be honest. There are so many buildings on the server, it's kind of crazy. Especially now, like, because the paths have opened up the world a lot. So, like, something that happens in normal no map, no portal is stuff gets kind of, like, obscured because it's harder to find, right? Whereas when you play on Enigma, the paths open up the world a lot, and they, like, kind of make it more accessible, if that makes sense. So, oh god. That looks bad. That looks bad. What are you doing? He's burning it all down. Oh no, I didn't want to loot all this. No, the goblin's gonna kill me while I'm doing this. I don't want that. No, 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 no. Thank you. Alright, how do I do this? I guess I try and blow him up from underneath. It's probably... Wait, what? Did I get him? Oh no, he's still there. Okay. So good. My attacks won't damage this stuff much, but his do. What did we end up with? Alright, look at that. You almost wrecked everything, but... Nah, these chests are still... Did I make the chests like invincible? Oh my gosh! No, no, they are not invincible. They are just very, very, very close to being wrecked. There we go. Alright. Don't let a goblin shaman into your house. Just so you know. Okay, yeah, here's what I did. You see what I did? That's what I did. That caused everything to get ruined. I just need to delete that little piece. This is how Halloa had it. You see, so like now, it's like this, so the monster can't walk across it. But my cartwheel got stuck. Moment of truth. Can you walk across it? Uh-oh. That monster... he walked right across. Well, that went well. Now he won't be able to cross it. I guess he helped me out. He proved a point. Don't worry. It's safe now, Hal. It's all good. It's safe. See, he can't get here now. I'm having fun with the pack leaders. They're teaching me the error of my ways. Okay. Now. Alright. Hey, Deathsquito, you got building rank. Nice, that's perfect timing. Now you're the one who should build the walls, because I don't have builder rank. So in Enigma, there's once you build more pieces over time, it's not something that you can just like spam click a bunch of pieces, because it's a time-gated system. So basically you can only get a certain amount of experience each hour, and it's limited to each biome. So as you're building, and you have the habit of building, over time you're going to develop ranks in Enigma mode, and they increase the default build piece health of everything you make. So once you're a builder, like for example, if I were to make this wood wall, I need to make workbench real quick. So once you're a builder, your work pieces will get more health, if that makes sense. So this one, if I remember right, it probably has like 200 health, something like that, or maybe it's 400. Once you get builder, it's doubled. So then all your pieces have double health. And then once you're a journeyman builder or an apprentice builder, it's tripled. And then it's like 6 times, 8 times, and then there's a up to grandmaster, which is 16 times as much health. So if you build loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads and loads of stuff, then eventually you can build things that have 16 times the default health, which is a lot. A heck of a lot. And there's a little bit of nuance to it. Like if you notice, basically you'll be able to build something, and then nice. My build menu's still up. Didn't even know. You'll be able to build something, but then basically the health won't be added until the zone you leave and come back, or log out and come back. It has to be done that way because of reasons. Don't worry about it too much, really. But it's because otherwise the data has to be injected to increase the health. Otherwise the piece disappears, and then it like reappears when you like turn around and look back. You know what I mean? Kind of messy. Alright, that's good. Yeah. As that Skeeter says, it's just quantity, not quality. Yeah, so you're right, because you could build like a bunch of walls, and as long as you were consistently building walls in different biomes, then you would get like a better building rank, even though someone who builds like a grand masterpiece in one place would get a lower building rank. So it's not like you get more experience by building something more grand or more beautiful. You get experience by building consistently. So even a player who just like builds a workbench and then builds a little shack, as long as they do that regularly, they'll eventually level up with the building, right? Yeah, that monster. Yeah, I know, right? That Skeeto just ganked me. It's like, it's so funny too, because in the beginning, I was having really good luck with the Deathsquitos. I could just sort of ignore them and then run around and do my thing, and it worked out well. Ooh, I like what you're doing there. You got a little facade going on here. Oh, it's staircases. Ah, I see, I see. That's cool. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff I like doing. I like seeing when people are building and like what they start with, and and how they organize themselves. It's really, really interesting, to be honest. Look, Deathsquito's already got like a whole contraption over here. Look at this. Hey, you got a place to sit. Nice. This looks like a crafting place, huh? Awesome. Well, I can get rid of the nonsense chest if you want, so you can make the a nonsense chest in here. I don't know if you want to do that, but just let me know. I think anybody can get rid of them, actually. It doesn't need to be the owner. We'll see, though. Well, Hal, for what it's worth, you look like you know what you're doing. You look like you're meticulously planning the facade of your home. And you're experimenting and figuring out how you want it to look. Looks pretty cool. I definitely like the like trim layer from the stairs with the thing there. It's pretty cool. Yes, it's true, exactly. Yeah, it's funny too. Like, look at these creations. Hal's got a cool facade thing. Deathsquito has made like a workbench that like has a lovely path and has all of the trees around it and looks really well. And yeah, I got this. I'm like being the stereotypical Valheim noob. Like that is totally what I'm doing right now. Hey, yo, whoa. I did not know he was right behind me. I don't have any weapons, by the way. So maybe this goblin will follow me. And he'll leave you guys alone. Come on, my friend. Come with me. You're very committed. Their pathfinding's kind of funny. I wonder how their pathfinding works when they swim. Does it consider, like, the surface of the water as the traversable area? Or is it, like, looking at the ground and then going above it? You know what I mean? Huh. Don't worry, Deathsquito. I figured you weren't being mean to me. That you were just making jokes, so don't worry. I have that kind of humor where I'll demean myself even if you didn't do it. I've actually found that basically we live in a world where people, how do I put it? I found that if I say things are my fault and good things are our fault, then people are quite receptive. And like people have this notion that like criticism needs to be shared. And if somebody just knew, if someone just told them what they're doing wrong, that it's gonna change. And like, I don't have that. Freaking Deathsquito. I don't have that notion, to be honest. In my head, like, it's like good to just be kind and nurturing to people. And like, if you empower people, they're gonna feel capable of dealing with the criticism they're already aware of. But from my perspective, there's not much point in criticizing someone, or like, and by the way, I'm absolutely not saying anyone was doing that right now. I didn't feel that way. I'm just going on a tangent about it, just to be clear. People have this way, yeah, they kind of act like, oh, you know, if I don't say the criticism, they're not gonna know. And it's like, no, we live in a world where everybody is super critical and they're surrounded by criticism. So like everyone's aware of the things and sort of mired in their own doubt and insecurities and like imposter syndrome kind of vibes. That's like what most people are going through. So if you just remember that, it helps make dealing with people easier. At least I've found it helps. Because I used to think everyone was okay. And it was hard to understand why they behaved the way that they did. But now I just assume that everybody is like really not okay and not doing well. And then I'm like, oh, life's not so bad. It makes perfect sense now. Makes people much more predictable, if that makes sense. Alright, now I'm just gonna illogically, what's that phrase, the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing, expecting different results? Well, I guess I'm pretty insane then. Because I'm definitely just going to run right back with no weapons at all. I got to remember to keep my sword equipped when I die. I haven't been doing that, and that's been problematic. Although, really, considering we've been running around the plains on, like, a crazy hard mode and everything, honestly, this isn't that bad. I died a bunch so far, but I can tell now I'm at that, like, either at that turning point or very close to it, where you can, like, defend yourself because you have a weapon, and as long as you pay attention, then you're not going to get wrecked, right? Whereas until you have, like, a decent weapon and some arrows and bow and stuff, oof, it's harsh. It's definitely harsh. I remember when we first started, we pretty much just got ganked by those Grey Dwarf brutes, like, all the time. And, like, everyone on the server, basically. And it wasn't until, like, I don't know, like, the second week or the first week or something like that people started, like, being able to deal with the Grey Dwarf brutes. We were just getting, like, completely destroyed by them. It's pretty crazy. Alright, I see a problem already. Look at that little shaman shuffling around. Those little devils. Alright. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This terrain is so treacherous. These, like, ravine things here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's all good. It's all good. I think I'll make it. How did these... Did someone plant these trees here? Yeah, I guess someone planted them. They just showed up. It is actually possible, and it's funny. Once you plant trees, and then... Hey, a stone golem! Oh, cloudberry golem. I think the golems have silver now, so... I'm not going to worry about them. I'm just going to get back here. Okay, now let's get some food so I don't just die immediately in one hit. Alright. Looks like it's probably worth going serpent hunting again. But for now... Oh, dang, that guy's close. How'd you get so close? What are you doing? I don't like that at all. Alright, this is the one that has the heavy metal. Where's the Death Skeeto that killed me? That sounds like a Bond movie. The Death Skeeto who loved me. Alright. There's no way it happens twice in a row. Exactly. Fire gets it. Fire gets it. Hey, if you want to borrow the builder's rep system, it's actually pretty easy. It's not one of the most complicated things, but that's only because I already had the building notifier system set up, which just so happened to be repackageable as an experience system. And it worked, like, perfectly to just convert it. That happens a lot on Enigma. Like, I'll make a system for one thing, and then it just so happens that I can oh, no, let me toss the metal first. No. I hate this part of Valheim. No. No, he turned into a Twitcher. No. Ah. Freaking hell. God damn it. It was so close. It was so close. Some things I've never been able to fix. And that is the classic quintessential Valheim corpse death moment. Like, I've been experiencing that since the very beginning. And like, no matter what you do, you end up in a situation where it's possible to auto loot, and then because you get that extra 150 150 carry weight, it almost makes it so, like, even if you survive, there's that minute later where you suddenly lose it. You know what I mean? Hell, if I was smart, I would place a bed there. I'm not that smart. I just keep dying. I deserved it that time, though. It was the classic situation. I knew that was happening, too. I knew it. I didn't toss all the stacks out of the thing fast enough. It's alright, I'm just gonna steal some of this food real quick. Maybe I'll be smart. I'll take some wood. That way I could get a... Yeah. Yes, exactly, yeah. As Death Skeeter says, that's like the trope, right? You run around and then there's a bunch of wood and stone in your inventory and it's at like $2.99 and then you auto loot the body and you get the Corptron buff and you think you're fine. But then the moment Corptron runs out, you're super squishy and everything sucks again, you know? Oh, alright. Alright, first things first. Let's actually go with the rested buff. I'm gonna get a rest in Hal's lovely little western house here. That's what it reminds me of. From the front, it looks like a full house. But then from the behind, you see that it's just like something on stilts. There's no interior yet. What were those called? Like, you know what I'm talking about? Those western movie sets where like it looks like you're in a town or something, right? But everything's actually just like the front of a house held up by like some sticks or something, right? It reminds me a bit of that. Alright, I'll be back. I wonder, you know, I got the wood this time. I'm gonna try and make a bed there, but if I make a bed there, you know what's gonna happen? I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna get here with the cart, and then I'm gonna die here. And then I'm gonna go back there. So, I don't know. I almost am willing to just accept my fate, to be honest. Let's see. It's very peaceful. Oddly. Yeah, maybe I'll survive if you're here. Maybe. Or maybe we'll just both get killed. I don't have any way to fight, so I'm just running. I don't know if that matters. Maybe I should not jump through the water. I keep trying to take like a shortcut back, but I see that it's probably better to just get on the path. Take the extra 30 seconds. It's not that big of a deal, right? Alright, let's see. Bum ba bum ba bum bum bum. Nice. Today I'll probably stream for like 1 more hour, because I don't want... I can actually get like a overstream sometime. No, I haven't done that too much, but basically if I stream a lot, I'll develop less. So I want to make sure I'm streaming, but also that I'm developing. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Don't see me, don't see me. He didn't see me, okay. I don't know how that Skeeter didn't see me, but I'm gonna accept that as my fate and move on. But what I was getting at is that, yeah, I'm pretty excited to develop, to be honest. I wanna get this next patch out. I really, really enjoy scripting. It's like, yeah, I don't know what goes over me. Like, there's something I just like listen to some video game music and then pull up the scripts, and it's like, maybe because I'm more comfortable with it now, I can just imagine the game when I'm looking at the scripts. So I don't know, it's like a joyful thing. It feels so easy. And that's so weird, to be honest. I don't even know how to explain. When I script, I go into this like trance. And like, I don't even know what I'm doing, what I'm making. I just know something is being made, and I just kind of roll with it. And it tends to maybe work out. There's a Twitcher there, be careful. Killed me. That little bastard. He got me good, too. Got me right in the back with one of his little softball things. Oh, the shaman got him from underneath? Dang. Hey, don't come towards me. Oh. He's on the ground. Oh, they'll fight each other. Oh. Now I want to see who's going to win. He looks like he's on pretty low health, though. The shaman can't aim, apparently. Oh! Alright. Wait, is he going to teleport up here? No. Okay, cool. Am I safe? I think I might be kind of safe. I just got old. Look at this. I'm already carrying too much. Oh my god. I feel traumatized just looking at this screen. I don't even have any. Like, I haven't even gotten into crafting or anything like that yet. Just like, god dang. All this random nonsense. It's okay. It's okay. Alright, let's take heavy stuff, put it in here. Why do I have 253 pounds? Where is most of that weight from? Here's some wood for... That was 100 of it. Man. It's crazy how heavy one, like, metal bar is. I guess most of the weight's from there, huh? Nothing I can really do about it. Alright, it's fine, it's fine. Okay, please don't kill me while I'm encumbered, world. I felt safe for a moment. But all it takes is a moment for that to change. Okay. Hey, there's plenty of flint here. Bum, 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 bum. My brain. I can do the math, I swear. Alright, now. 8 bronze, that'll do it. That'll do it. Muck shake, don't need this. What's the heaviest thing I have? 9 copper. Hey! Oh my gosh, I can move! I can move again! Now, what's here? Okay. A bunch more nonsense. Hey, you got some flint? That's wonderful. Wonderful. Wonderful! Anyone know what that's from? It's a game I was obsessed with when I was a kid. Every time you do something good, someone goes, wonderful! Wonderful! It's a Nintendo 64 game. Alrighty. Play stacks. Okay, I guess I need to identify what's in here that's low weight and switch it all out for stuff that is high weight. So metals, they all go there. These are all higher weight. This is just a trophy. This is just some meat. Now we just need 360. Oh no, we're good. Now is this cart going to be too heavy now? Definitely could be. Definitely could be. Ah, you need deer hide. Oh well, look what I got. I got some deer hide. And I even have weapons. What are you doing down there, Hal? You're under the road. That's the wrong place to be, you know? Oh no, you're good now. Hello. I thought you were on the floor fighting the shaman, but then I realized it was just laggy. I kept up with the joke, though. Alright, alright, alright. Where'd my fire arrows go? Oh no, no fire arrows. We gotta... Okay. No. Whatever, it worked. Alright. Got this now. I got loads of random nonsense. And this is really all that's missing. I guess I can start working on my little room. I kept ranting and then was thinking about moving stuff, and then I got distracted by getting over here and getting everything. But just need to get this cart over there once. And then should be good. I think it's funny how the movement stuff from the Ratatosk buff, from the tower shield, it like throws itself. So I keep seeing it and thinking I'm like, something's shooting me. Or like the charred fortress is shooting at me or something. It's funny. It's tripping me out. My cart. I can do it. I believe in my cart abilities. You gotta wrangle the cart a little bit, you know, gotta make sure it goes to the right places. There we go. I got it. I got it. No more rested buff. But it's okay. We got the sun. Ah, nothing like looking at all of your untold deaths folding out in front of you. Let's see. Is it faster to go that way? I don't even know which way. I guess we can just go down. Oh yeah, I have weapons now. I don't have to be so concerned. It's so much nicer to have weapons and bows and stuff compared to having nothing. running away. Like, look at that. I see that charred twitcher. I don't have to deal with him. Try and shoot him before he even gets over here. Oh! That was such a perfect shot. What? Guess even everyone gets lucky someday. Yeah, so it feels like it's the wrong way. But I think it actually is right over here. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right. Uh-oh. Where's this guy? Alright. Okay. Hiya! I always forget the undead guys. Once you light them on fire, they get like scared and they run away. It's pretty funny. It's kind of like with the boar. Or no, they're... Yeah, boar do that. Which mobs are scared of fire? Boar, Grey Dwarf. What else? Yeah, I don't know. You're totally right, by the way, Hallowa. This is the wrong way. I mean, it works. We'll get there. But it's like going in a U to go in a straight line. Our thing is over there on the other sides of those pillars. Oh! So good. I got lucky. I definitely don't want to aggro that Lox. I think I'm alright though. The cart is like kind of noisy, so it does attract attention, but he looks happy. He's doing the cow munching thing. Nah, Valheim's got some good vibes. I want to figure out a more, like, I don't know, I feel like I've been too critical towards Iron Gate. Because it's not like, I don't know. Maybe that's just because how the community is sometimes. I feel like in general, sometimes people don't, how do I put it? They don't, oh, I'm so dead. So dead, 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 dead. Yep. But basically, people, they have this way of, it's like you're not allowed to say anything critical, and then if you do, it's as if you hate and you don't like it all, right? And so, like, I've never figured out how to really navigate that, because if I'm honest, like, I love Iron Gate. Like, it's true I get frustrated by some of their decisions, but ultimately, I mean, they made Valheim, and Valheim is, like, my favorite game, and it showed me what I want to do with, like, my life and game development and everything. So, I mean, it's awesome. Like, this is so funny about it, though, because on one hand, like, there's some obvious things that are frustrating, right? But on the other hand, the fact that it is like that is, like, why I'm able to work on Enigma, right? Because if they did operate really quickly, then, like, I wouldn't have started the project. Does that make sense? The vacuum that made the project might not have been there. I don't know that for certain, but it just kind of seems that way a little bit. Like, they, Iron Gate makes really good assets. They make good music and good visuals, and they make a world that is cosmetically beautiful, if that makes sense. Then sort of what my role is, at least in my head, is to take the beauty that they've made and rework it so that it lasts longer and it feels more real, and that beauty carries itself, right? Like, even like paths and stuff. I mean, like, the way that, like, I paged through the plains and things, I did not make it look prettier, right? But in normal Valheim, like, every rock you destroyed is destroyed forever. Every tree you destroyed is destroyed forever. So it leaves this trail of just visual destruction everywhere. And that's an example of how, like, Valheim as a game, it does a lot of things to kind of shoot itself in the foot. And I think that's why there's been traction with something like Enigma in the first place, because it's sort of like there's a lot of things that Valheim does that get in its own way. So it's easier than in another game to make something like Enigma, because like I don't know how to put that, but it's like because they do it weirdly, that makes the opportunity that I take advantage of. So that's why, like, while it's true that I may make criticisms, ultimately I'm very happy with Iron Gate, and even the way that they are, like the fact that they are the way they are has allowed me to develop the way that I do. And if they were more proficient and they added a bunch of uses to everything, then it wouldn't be so easy for me to rework things. You know what I mean? Like, so really, I need them to kind of be the way that they are, if that makes sense. For me personally, as an individual, things will be better if they make a lot of mistakes that I can then capitalize on through making something that shows those things handled in a different way. Does that make sense? So that's why it's kind of weird, and I'm never really like, I don't actually have animosity towards Iron Gate. It's more like I want to figure out how to navigate things and make it all work, if that makes sense. I ran all the way back here. I just ran right past my cart. Pretty funny. It's alright. I'll take it as fate. Get something new here. Hey, are you going to upgrade right in front of me? No, we actually got to kill this one. Okay. Funny. I guess I should probably take these furnaces, right? Definitely don't need him to be here anymore. I don't want to, like, disassemble everything, but at least when it comes to, oh no, I already took away the motor tiers, right? Yeah, so I literally can't take that apart, can I? Huh. That's kind of funny. I could break it, but I don't want to do that. It'll take forever. Yeah, I'll just look over here, grab some of this stuff. Look at that, a full inventory of nonsense already. Bunch of iron. What do we actually need from this place? Even know, to be honest. I guess some more foodstuffs. I want to make sure I leave some stuff here though, so I don't take everything. But I think most of the important stuff is already at the other base, or at least on the way to the other base, right? Like here, what do we have though? Oh no, we have a bunch of valuable stuff here still. Yeah, I guess I should take all of this stuff. Yeah, I know what to do. I know what to do. We need another ultra cart. That's what we need here. So we're gonna take this 905 coins, and then we just go say bye. Boom, and then I get an ultra cart. Hooray! And now I can carry everything to my heart's content. Can take all of this nonsense. And this stuff looks like not all of it is super useful, but a lot of this is money. Like stuff we can sell or stuff we can cook. Oh. The cart is bust. It's okay. It happens. I had a feeling. I mean, I died, and then those tar blobs were basically just ganking me. So, yeah, I'm not surprised. Oh, ultra carts have so much space. Holy smokes! All right. Can I take everything? It's all hammers. All right, let's leave all these hammers. I don't need all that stuff. Bum 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 bum. Ah, yes, the joy of item management. Wahaha. Encumbered item management, the latest in Valheim technology. At least they're gonna fix that soon. I am very confident that they're gonna make a bigger inventory. Or maybe make it so each boss you kill, you get like another backpack or another row or something. Basically, if they're talking about that at all, that means they've changed their minds about it and they are going to actually do something about it. It's just a matter of like how they go about it. I have no idea what they're going to do, but they can't make it worse. It's not like they're going to give us a smaller inventory, you know what I mean? So I think ultimately it's going to be fine, to be honest. Might even work out well. Bear trophies. Nice. Look at all this nonsense. Look at all this nonsense. I just love staring at icons all day. Okay, I'll stop being so satirical. Oh, man. Alright. Play stacks. 300. I'm almost there. This ultra cart is going to carry us. Ah, I see. It's all the metal. That's what was taking up this. Hey, yo, Hal, you have a black metal tower shield here. Whoa, what's this? What are you doing? He's breaking our roof. Why is he doing that? We worked so hard on that roof. Okay. Anything else? Yep, loads of stuff. I keep thinking I've gotten everything, and it's like, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Look, we got turnip seeds. Look at all these vile rib cages. Oh, I thought they were vile trophies. I have to add all of those to the sellables. Also gonna make dragon eggs sellable. Somebody had a great idea, actually. They were like, well, dragon eggs are really heavy and they don't really have any use. So if they're worth a lot of money, then you can make like a game of players hunting dragon eggs and taking them to Diverger to sell them, to convert them into coins. So probably the dragon eggs will be worth like probably like 1,000 coins, maybe. I don't know. It's kind of weird, like, because the coin pile itself, 999 coins, is like 100 or something like that. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, it's 100, basically, or 99.9 or something like that. But other things are heavier, so I don't know if the dragon egg should actually be worth its weight in gold or just worth selling, right? Because each dragon egg is like 200 pounds. So they're really, really heavy. So probably they should be like between 1 and 2 coin piles. But I don't know, to be honest. Because, like, yeah, that's true. As Deathskeeto says, they respawn. So I don't know. And, oh, you're right, yeah, because when you loot, you get 3, right? But it's still, like... So I have this thing, I don't know if you've noticed on the server, but I believe that a lot of fun in Valheim is about getting players to go from point A to point B, especially if they feel a reason to move some kind of goods from point A to point B. I think people can have a lot of fun that way. So I try and promote that whenever possible, and moving around dragon eggs, if you're motivated, I'd imagine could be quite interesting, right? Because then you go get them, bring them to your place, you get money. I feel like that has potential. It'd be very easy to add to the system, so I'm almost certainly going to do that. All right, where's heavy? What's heavy? Math, my brain. Why does UI stuff? Why do I hate it so much? Is it because I have to make, like, decisions? Like, every moment is a decision, like, okay, which is light? Pick that up, drag it over here. Where do I put it? I put it there. Now what's heavy? What am I putting here? Oh, I'm 450. I need to find the heaviest thing. What is it? Maybe the acetylene cores? Oh, now I need 125. Okay, where's the next thing? Okay, I could move that there. But now what's heavy? All these things. I guess my brain is processing, like, each piece, trying to figure out. And then it has to do that over and over and over and over and over. You know, it's just like... It gets frustrating, I suppose, right? Ah, locksmeat is heavy, huh? Okay, okay. Alright, 355. I'm getting close. God dang. Sometimes I feel like stuff Like, all the weight's coming from one place, and I struggle to figure out where, but it looks like I just have a bunch of 20 weight things here, right? So, if I just switch light things for heavy things, I should be good, right? Seeds for crystal. And this rag tunic for... Whoa, ectoplasm is heavy? What? A stack of ectoplasm is like a stack of wood. I would not have expected that. Okay, that explains why I was so confused by that. I definitely didn't think ectoplasm would be heavy. It's the same weight as wood? That is hilarious. Why? Okay, whatever. Oh, my brain. What did I... Metal. Yeah, okay, there we go. All right. I think this is it. Can go back now, I guess. Nah, this stuff isn't... We can remake all this stuff. I'm not trying to, like, totally remake everything. But certain things, like this, actually, we're not going to use this fermenter here. So... yeah, Hallow said probably Instagram, or Instagram. I always think of Instagram when people say IG to mean Iron Gate. Probably Iron Gate just forgot. Yeah, it's like a default weight value or something. It does seem like something that would be light, so I think you're right. Probably something simple like that. 303. Okay, place stacks. Oh, I can't place any stacks. Okay, fine. We'll take this tasty mead that I don't use, that I should use. Put it in stack 1. Now... 8 pounds. Yeah, I see you. So my brain gets burned out, and it's like, no, I don't want to math anymore. Don't make me. Stop. Stop. It's actually kind of funny if you think about it. Like, it's not even that, like, making decisions isn't even that complicated. But it's kind of like how if you hold, like, you could take a glass of water, right? Something you can easily hold. It's not heavy. But then if you put your arm out all the way and you just hold that glass of water there for an hour, like, it gets pretty hard to hold it after, like, you know, a couple minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Your arm will start falling, even though it's not much weight at all, right? So I guess decisions are probably something like that. Like, because we don't get a break from having to make decisions, basically we're overextended. So our minds are, like, constantly making decisions over and over and over and over and over again. And it gets almost painful. I don't know what to call it. It's not quite like pain, but it's definitely like, ugh. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't want to deal with that. Or maybe it's just me. Do you like making decisions? How does it feel? Do you like making 100 decisions in 2 minutes of existence? I don't think anyone likes that, to be honest, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just over-analyzing psychology. I tend to do that. Really? Yeah, exactly, Fire. Fire said, isn't ectoplasm like jelly? Yeah. And he also says, I'm interested to see how they do the inventory upgrades. A new backpack for each biome would be pretty cool. Yeah, honestly, I don't know if they'll do... I think maybe they may do, like, a backpack. And maybe you can upgrade that so it's bigger when you kill bosses. Like, my gut would be that they're gonna do something based on killing bosses to get item management. Because in their heads, the way they think about it is the item management is really important. And it's part of what they think causes people to like Valheim. I mean, that's just how they... I won't get into disagreeing. Let's just assume that's right. So if that is how they think, then you can imagine that probably they won't like the idea of just making the inventory bigger. Because in their heads, like, what does the player do to deserve that? It needs to feel like a reward. You know what I mean? And I think because of that, I would bet that they're gonna do something where it's like, when you progress, you get a bigger inventory. not just, okay, your inventory is bigger from the very beginning. And you know, maybe that's better. I don't know, because like, it's not like they're wrong. If there is negative space, and there is, or friction, let's call it, in game design, you can make mechanics out of relieving friction. So they're not wrong in that, like, this is a lot of friction that influences game development. That is so true. It's definitely true. The thing to figure out is, like, is that friction worth it? Are there other things that are causing friction that would do the same thing? Right? And it's always very tricky. Especially when you don't really know, like, what's going on with the players. And that happens a lot, to be honest. It's really hard when you're developing something, and this is something I understand better now because of what I'm doing. It's really hard to remember what average new people who are confused by everything feel. It's very easy to, like, take for granted how used to the game you are, and things will just make more sense to you, and you'll understand them more easily. But other people won't, right? Like, new players won't. And especially when it comes to, like, developing a lot, yeah, it gets very easy to make something where, like, you really don't know what the players feel anymore, right? And so that's why, like, I mean, I've seen some people make comments about how, oh, like, most players don't have that feeling about the inventory and these things. And, like, it's an interesting dilemma, because if you talk to somebody who manages a Valheim server and you ask them, like, what could Iron Gate do that will improve the game? A lot of the server managers, they'll be like, oh, the networking. They should fix the networking. They need to improve the networking. But then if you actually, like, Snazzy, for example, he polled his players, and networking wasn't even a, like, close second. It was last, if I remember right. Like, the players care about mechanical stuff that they can wrap their head around. The new player who's played Valheim isn't really aware of the networking problems, if that makes sense. At least they don't seem to be. Maybe I'm wrong. But that's the impression I've gotten. Like, they notice physical things in the game. So, like, in the poll that Snazzy did, let me just double check that poll to make sure I'm talking about it right. But I know this is just a poll, but Snazzy, from my perspective, he's one of the YouTubers who has the best grip on the average Valheim player. Like, when Snazzy does live streams, I mean, sometimes, like, 200 or 300 people will watch his live streams. That's, like, comparable to the amount of traffic the Valcon live stream itself had. So he very much has a solid grasp on a lot of the player base. So I actually really value the polls he does, because sometimes, like, thousands and thousands of people will vote, and it gives quite a good sense of how people are feeling. So I just found the poll, and give me a moment here. Let me think about this. So pretty much, where is inventory? Was that it? Multiplayer? Networking? Yeah, I need to scroll down to open it up. Here we go. I'll find it in a moment, and then I'll say, just to make sure. Yeah, I was right. Okay, so the poll was, okay, add one of these things to Valheim, and it had 36,000 votes, okay? And just so you know, in a given moment, there are between 10 and 50,000 people playing Valheim. So having 36,000 people vote is highly statistically relevant, because you're not, like, I know people say, like, oh, there's 14 million people who purchased Valheim. That's, like, total time, and almost all those people were 4 years ago, and they're not active anymore. So, like, it's irrelevant to compare these things to dismiss the usefulness. Snazzy's channel is incredibly useful, and you can look at these polls and basically see how average players feel. And so this poll, I know you can't see the screen right now, you're just seeing me look at my ultra cart. It's kind of lame. But he has a poll, 36,000 votes, and it's simple. Add 1 to Valheim. Simple question. And then the possible things are horses, auto storage, backpacks, or improved multiplayer performance. I would have thought improved multiplayer performance would have won hands down, easily. But it got last place. By far. Almost half of the people voted for backpacks. Like, so like this whole notion that like people are frustrated with the inventory in Valheim, I think it's very, very, very real. Like people very much feel that way. And I kind of forget that people don't use mods as much, right? So like in my head, it's like, I don't know, with craft from containers and some other mods, I don't know. Like at this point, the fact that I even use, like I could just make the inventory bigger, but I don't. I just bitch about it. Like, you know what I mean? I could just fix it because I already use quality of life mods. I have this extra slot mod and other things. You know what I mean? But I've found a happy medium because for me, the inventory isn't, it's just there for your equipment and stuff. You have to store things in carts. So like in my head, I shouldn't really be putting the things in my inventory in the first place. And that's why I handle it that way. But to be honest, I'm pretty sure you could just do whatever you wanted with the inventory and it wouldn't even matter. You'd still have fun. Hiya! Yeah, eat my bubble. Little bastard soul of Deathsquito. Hiya! Oh, I missed. Hiya! Haha! Nice. Hey, you're making stone walls. That is smart. You're also the one who has the builder's rank now, so that's good. Awesome. Okay, well, I guess I can go... You made that workshop area, so I should go put all of the crafting related stuff over there. Right? I mean, that would be smart. I can worry about my little spot later. For now, let's see. What's all this? We got all these wooden chests. Why don't I put like a big, some kind of chest? I'll make a nonsense chest like right there pretty much. That's what I'll do. Can I? Let's see actually. Let's go take apart that nonsense chest. I think I can just do it this way, right? Let's see. Yep. Look at all this nonsense. I'm kind of surprised it doesn't lag, to be honest. There's loads of item prefabs. Sometimes when you just suddenly spawn them like that, it causes problems, but it seems fine. It's funny. Alright, after all that, I still need the 2 iron from the chest. Now I gotta look through this pile. Oh god! Another soul. Yeah. Oh, I love silver knives. Alright. Come on, 2 iron. There's gotta be 2 iron here somewhere. Just look through this pile. Bear hide, stone, bear hide. I don't know. I have an idea. What if I just do it this way? Ah, yeah, I can't see everything. Alright. Alright. I'm just gonna make some chests. Some normal little chests. Just to get this out of the way here. The reason I destroyed that chest was because I want to make a nonsense chest in the crafting area, because I don't know, like that makes more sense in my head. Maybe I'm crazy, but that's the idea. Hey, it's not so bad when I auto pick up everything and I can just do this. Hooray! Hooray! Okay. Can we see the iron now? I was just trying to clear up enough room so I could actually find the iron that's inevitably here somewhere. Did I get it? No, I seem to have picked up everything except the iron somehow. Black metal. Tin. I swear, there was iron from the chest. It's gotta be there somewhere. Nope. Nope. I don't get it. I don't get it. No, whatever. Whatever. Fine wood 10. Hey! Iron 10. There we go. Nice. I got it. I got it, I got it, I got it. Okay, now where's all this weight coming from? My 10 iron? Ashwood. There we go. Nice. Okay. Yeah, so now I should be able to make a chest, and I'll just make a big one here. So the idea is this nonsense chest will just have a bunch of stuff in it. It won't necessarily be organized. And then these chests that Fishmaster built, or sorry, Duskito built, these can be like the labeled chests that have some kind of organization to them or whatever. But for now, I'm just going to start... Oh yeah, I need to turn this into a nonsense chest. Let's make sure it targets the right one. It targets the closest chest to you, so you have to sort of stand on it. There we go. Nice. Okay. Yeah, now we have like the super chest with loads of space, right? So then we can just take all of this stuff from here and kind of just... I'll just keep doing take all. Honestly, this is where I wish there was a, like, just deposit full inventory button. Because place stacks only works for items that are already in it. Which can actually be really useful, like, don't get me wrong. I'm glad that they've added those features. They definitely are nice. Like, you can just hold E, and then it works great when you already have at least one of every possible item in the chest. Then it's, like, perfect. It'll just, like, suck everything out of your inventory perfectly. But until then, I'm living the Neanderthal click on every icon life. I'll get it eventually, though. Not too bad. Look at all this random nonsense. I don't like that. I don't like that. This has been the item management stream, apparently. Doesn't that sound fun and exciting? Oh, it's so good, though. At least we're in the new area. We're totally safe here. Everything's been fine. Alright. Good, good, good. Okay. Now that this ultra cart is here, then this can also get, like, carted around and be used to carry everything. Hooray! Bum 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 bum. Smart to start with the workshop, Devskeeto. Definitely smart. Now, we need like a village diverger. A diverger outpost. Boom, boom, boom. That's item management method. You just stand over the pile and then you spam click everything. It works, I swear. This is almost fun. Yeah. There we go. I remember back when I played, I had a strategy. I would always make a trash spot, and I would just go. I would make like a little corner, like this, or something, and then I would just toss everything there, and I would get into the base, and I would just throw everything there. It's the best. Hey, nice. Yeah, there's loads of those boxes, Devskeeto. There's like, I think 40 or 50 different kinds of box crate rewards you can get. Nifty. Okay. Kitted out workshop, looking nice, looking nice. All right. I think I'll expand this a little bit. So like right here, think I'll make it a door so we can just go into like a little spot to forge, basically. But I kind of want to keep, how do I keep the aesthetic here? Maybe, I guess I could, there is an ashwood door, right? Oh, and we even can make it because we have a flame metal bar. That's lucky. Where is it? I know I saw one somewhere. Yeah, we have 3 flame metal bars. Yeah, okay. So I'm just gonna basically replace that with that. I guess I'll do it this way. Bum, bum, bum. So what I'm just making a little smelting area in the back. So do I have a hoe? Nope, but I'll make one. Okay. There we go. Now we just need like a little path thing here. Okay, good stuff, good stuff. Now how do we kind of keep that pattern they had with the wool like that? I guess I could fill this up sort of like that, right? Something like this. Yeah, I'll just do something simple for now. We need ashwood, ashwood, ashwood. Here we go. And I suppose could make it symmetrical, but we'll see. We'll see. Bum bum. Now that rooftop thing looks a little odd. Ah, but we can go like this, right? Oh no, that would make an arch there. I see, I see. So how would this go? Like this maybe? Yeah, maybe that looks better. Something like this. I guess ultimately I could just make a new pattern, and then as long as I repeat it right here, right? Then it'll look like symmetrical. So here we go. Oh, whoa! What killed me? I don't even know what killed me. Deathsquito, apparently. The server says a Deathsquito was there. I didn't see or hear a Deathsquito. No buzz of death or anything. It's alright, though. I'm back here and it's safe. Now, I'll move the forge into that little workshop area. May as well. Do you have some food in this cart? No. The food's all over here now. Okay, that works, that works. Yeah, where was that Deathsquito? It just, like, popped me out of nowhere. Hey, this works, to be honest. I think that looks nice. I'm just gonna repeat the same design right here. So, we take this apart. And then this way we can walk around the back, and then this will be the crafty area, and then we can forge and smelt stuff right there outside. And yeah, that'll be great. I'm also glad, like, one of the things that I decided early on with Enigma Mode is that I'll disregard a lot of the building material progression. So, because what I noticed is that there's a lot of building that people can't do unless they do like extreme combat to be able to get good amounts of Mistlands and Ashlands building supplies. And I don't think that really works. Like, I'd rather that, like, you have practice building with all of the building materials so that you're not forced to go to the Ashlands to build with Ashwood. Like, for me, Valheim is a more fun game when you could get every building material in the game just by doing crypts in the Black Forest, and then you can build with Grouston, because you can buy, you know, maybe you don't get a whole lot of it, but it's possible, right? And, like, it gives you a chance to experiment with the models before you get to the point where you have an abundance of Grouston from the Ashlands, right? Because being in the Ashlands, that's ultimately always the best actual source of it, right? that's just my 2 cents. I like it more when there's lots and lots of options and you can build more things. But I know for some people that's abrasive. You know, they don't want iron until they're ready for it in the swamp, and if they get it earlier, they feel frustrated. Like, for me, yeah, as long as the best source is still the swamps and crypts, or maybe killing goblins for black metal and swapping it, I'm happy. Like, in my head, there's minor sources that give you enough to dabble, and there's major sources that are like a full supply. You could make a full house out of core wood because you have a major source of core wood, etc., etc. But for now, I've managed to completely lose track of the door. Ah, there we go. I need to loot this. Nice. All right, all right. Ah, I won't be able to do that. Oh, because I had already placed it. I see, I see, I see. I see. Let's see. Boom. Nice. Nice. Alright. Yeah, Deathsquito says... 1 second. Just my 2 cents. A big difference between building and iron for gear progression. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point, though, because iron plays a huge role in progression. That's what I was kind of saying. That's, like, a decision I had to make early on. Like, do I actually want to manage the progression? And like, I almost went through with making a big progression overhaul system recently, but I actually had a complete change of heart. And I'm going to try a different angle. But basically, the hardest thing people struggle with in Path of Magic is that, like, Path of Magic forces you to manage your own progression, like, completely. You're going to be surrounded by items that you could use to break your progression, right? And that is, it's very hard for a lot of people to manage. And I would say it's one of the most truly alienating things about the experience. It's like probably the make it or break it point for people. So with that in mind, I was thinking, okay, I need to, like, actually stop people from having to rely on their own self-control. But then, after I talked with some people, I kind of realized that one of the things that makes Enigma and Path of Magic so special is that I give the players so much more power and control over their experience in the first place than you normally have. Like, I mean, even you have some Devcommands and that kind of thing. And so I was thinking about that, and it's like, after some forethought, or after some reflecting, I realized that there's another way I can deal with the progression. Because basically people worry about the progression when other players can take their progression from them. You know what I mean? That's when it actually becomes a bigger issue. So if you don't give players that chance to actually, like, take the progression from them, then it feels better. It's easier for players to manage their own progression. And so my theory now is maybe people are concerned about progression because it feels like they can run out of paths. Does that make sense? Like, it feels like the world is already full, all the paths are already made, and that's the fun part that people want to do. So they feel like someone else has done that. They've made the paths already, and that's the fun progression, and now it's done. So with that in mind, my new mentality is to stretch out path making and make it possible to make way more paths, and basically fill the world with paths, but done properly. So that's going to be like the next thing, and I'm making a whole world level system. The idea is to make it even feasible, so, like, there's a new level to build things on, and then if players want and there's consensus on the server, you could basically, like, move the second level of the world everyone's built onto a new seed if necessary in the future when the world's totally full. So, like, I'm trying to think of, like, how to package it all together so that Enigma worlds are they're kind of like a Rubik's Cube that you can you can like twist and turn and shape in a bunch of different ways, and it's this glorious mechanical contraption that updates itself based on how you use it and what you want to do, and like that whole thing. So I was just going on that rant because I was very close to making a whole system that gated everyone's progression to their own personal chests. But I ended up following. I talked to everybody who was willing to speak to me, and after that, yeah, I see now I would be making a mistake. Basically, that's my conclusion, that I would be going against what made Enigma special to people, and I would make it harder. And instead, I need to focus on what makes it special, which is this emphasis on building and working together and community. So if I gate individual progression to each person, I'm going to make it harder on community formation. And that's ruins the whole point. Because basically the game is a trick to get people to interact with each other, form friendships, and join communities. So why should I cater to something that gets in the way of what is the most important part? Make sense? But I'm glad that I went through everything. I even like laid out the dynamics for the system, figured out exactly how it would need to work and everything. And I'm really glad I did that, because I needed to kind of have that vibe and then come like have that moment where I realized like, no, the right thing to do is to focus on what makes Palm special, not to make it like something that would work for everybody, because it never will work for everybody. I want to get it to reach a bunch of people and it to be really fun, but like I have to remember like that there's always going to be people who have issues, and there's going to be people who will never get over the no map no portal thing. There are going to be people who are so frustrated by it and they think it's just too different that they don't enjoy it. That doesn't mean I need to weaken its power to make it more compatible with them. You know what I mean? I need to focus on what really works and kind of trust my heart. And, you know, sometimes I'm going to be wrong, but that's my impression. And so I figured I'd talk about that a little bit now, just so you all know, because I know I was talking about the progression chests and everything, and I mentioned a couple things and said what my plan was, but none of that's happening now. And I'm pretty positive I'm never going to do that because of what I realized, you know. So I could be wrong, you know. Maybe it causes more problems than it helps, but I don't think so, to be honest. I think basically I need to keep doing what I was doing, and if people feel like there's not progression, it's not. I need to reconfigure the entire world to not run out of progression. If that makes sense. And I know that sounds crazy, but I'm pretty sure we can do it. And I'll elaborate more on all of that, but not right now. I actually do want to play and like not get all hyped up and excited about scripting, which is what's going to happen if I start talking about the Bifrost event and all of the... Okay, I'll talk a little bit about it. What if there's like sort of a storyline and a campaign, so to speak? Not exactly, but imagine the world has states, or you're in a level, so to speak. And right now we're all in level 1. And then once you create all the Enigma paths, then level 2 starts. And level 2 is something. The idea. And there's a lot of things I want to address, like dreams people can have. Like, you know, what if you can ascend to the heavens and find a special realm where you can build alongside the Yggdrasil tree, and, you know, there's a lot of building resources there, and there's no monsters, and it's like, oh, this is like you've gotten to the end of the end of the Enigma machine, and the result is a path through the cosmos into the tree, so you can build on platforms there and build like your dream bases, etc., etc., etc. Let's see. Let's see, let's see. Levels seem nice, but different experiences. Buildings, encounters, and stuff is always near 1 for me personally. Yeah, that makes sense, to be honest. And so the idea with the levels is it's not like literally levels, like there's 1 level of the world and 2 levels. It's like I want to kind of blow people's minds, if that makes sense. So they think they've reached the end and there is no more Enigma paving. But then they come to realize that what they thought was the end was actually only the first 20th of what can happen. Makes sense. I have a feeling that we can make this work. So let me just build these some smelters here, because this is actually what I was trying to do. Make a like proper one here. Oh, I never got a pickaxe. That's right, not once. Oh. Ah, okay, I see. Yeah, so Deathskeeto's talking about the Draugr camps that are in the Black Forest in Enigma mode. So basically, one of the things that Enigma mode features is scripted events. This isn't something that Valheim has. Valheim just has raids, but it doesn't have scripted events. So whenever you're in a certain location and you kill things in Enigma mode, it reacts to what you can do, if that makes sense. So basically, if you're, how do I put this? Okay, let's say you kill a goblin. If you kill a goblin in the plains, it's normal. Nothing will happen. But if you kill a goblin in the plains in a goblin camp or near a Stonehenge or near a goblin tower, then there's like 30 different outcomes that get rolled every time you kill one goblin. So the more you kill, the more chances of creating craziness. So like you may go there once and you kill the camp and maybe nothing happens, but that's pretty rare. Usually you go there and you fight and crazy stuff happens. You know, the goblins call a raid on you. They reset the camp while you're in it, so everything respawns all around you. It's like they got reinforcements. There's loads of things that they can do. So what Deathskeeto was just describing was the Draugr villages that basically I added after learning about the goblin camps. I just really quickly one night just like threw in a Draugr village kind of version of the goblin camp spicer. But it hasn't been play tested. I haven't done anything else with it, just so you know. So it might be kind of like it needs to be balanced a bit, or maybe it made too many enemies, or, you know, something like that. But that's the idea. And like there's loads of stuff like that, and it has to do with lag in Valheim, actually. Valheim is a game that produces a lot of issues when there's combat. And so one of the mistakes I made early on was I made way too many dungeons too close to each other, and it causes a lot of problems when you do that. So after I revamped all of the dungeons, I was like, well, if we design around how Valheim works normally, then what we can do is, instead of making there be a bunch of dungeons, because players often want lots of dungeons. Why? Because they can't respawn dungeons. So this puts the player in a position where they want lots of dungeons in one area, but if there are lots of dungeons in one area, it's going to be a laggy mess, because that's how Valheim works. If you have a bunch of dungeons, you got a bunch of creatures and instances, right? So the mentality now is boil it all down so it's just one dungeon in an area instead of 4, but that one dungeon is super crazy with a bunch of stuff happening, and you can keep resetting it. So, like, the idea is there's less dungeons and less goblin camps, but they are much more intense when you do find them. And that's my mentality now. But a lot of things on Path of Magic, for example, are like a fusion of eras. Eras. Like, in the beginning I did this, but now I don't believe that anymore, and now I practice this. That kind of thing. So now I'm more of a like one super complicated, super intense camp, nothing else in the area. Whereas before I was like, let's put 5 goblin camps all next to each other. It's going to be amazing. That's how I felt. The times have changed, so to speak. Alright, this cart now, I guess needs to be on the other side here. We should put the heavy stuff there. So I can just get over here. Look at this. I've been running around. No food. We have our totally safe little village here now. It's kind of cool. It's really cool to be around other people building stuff, to be honest. This is like a really cool vibe. I dig it. Definitely dig it. Alright, let's see. Oh, hey, Fire. Yeah. Yeah, so Fire made some good points. He said, I think the networking issues are harder to see and understand. That it's even an issue for most people, because normally bad networking in Valheim doesn't mean you yourself see problems. Yeah, that's true. You sort of notice, like, you make other people have problems when you go in their area, that kind of thing. And even then, it might not show up until there's, like, 3 players, right? So it's kind of hidden in the beginning. I think you're right about that. And then you see someone jumping around, but your own screen is pretty stable. Oh, I see what you mean. So it kind of feels like you're not lagging. They're the ones lagging because they're zipping around everywhere. So maybe the players feel like it's the other person, not them. It's not Valheim, right? I hadn't thought about that, but you're probably right. That's interesting. And then he said, I could have 17 rows of inventory space, and I would still play item management at some point. I believe in being hindered by encumbrance over space, but that's just me. Yeah, honestly, I mean, that's a good point, because the encumbrance system itself is like that's a whole other factor, right? Because you're not just limited by inventory slots, you're also limited by this 300-pound number. And in my head, this is all that's necessary. Like, you could have a limitless inventory, and it'd be fine, as long as you still have a limit to your weight. Make sense? Because, like, I mean, there's also a lot of powers in the game that increase your weight. So it does take away from the game if you remove the weight system. But the item slots, nah, I don't think it's really that important, if that makes sense. And then yeah, Fire said, so you've been dwelling idea of the a dynamically evolving world from a few streams ago. Yeah, I've been completely obsessed with it, to be honest. I even have everything set up because I already tested it, and I actually found out that I can give players the ability to start their own Enigma branch and point it any direction they want, which solves the issue of like, oh, the other players progress the path, I can't progress it anymore. Well, that doesn't really matter if you can start your own path anywhere you want, huh? But that's not something I'm just going to give to people straight away. It's going to be a build-up. That's the grand finale. The final phase will be the ability to start a new branch of Enigma off of any existing branch of Enigma. Because I was testing it a couple days ago, and it turns out I just so happened to make the system work in a way where if you make a new branch, it will actually stop and ask for tributes, and it will curve itself out of the world and not circle. So I don't know what the math is for that, but it just happened to be perfect. So I took it as a sign of fate that it's meant to be. But that's phase 4. It's not even phase 2. But here, let me see what's going on here. We got all this stuff. We got all this stuff. We got stuff here. Alright, I guess I should make these kilns a little bit more off to the side, so to speak. Let's see. Ah, yeah, okay. Bum, bum, bum. So Desquito says, are the Dungeon 1, Dungeon 2 actually different? And then Rose says, sort of. It's the above ground entrance. One looks like a mound, another looks like a raised stone entrance, third is like a descending. Yeah, exactly as Rose says. So whenever you see like 1, 2, and 3 in these things, I'm often referencing game file names because I forgot that the player doesn't see the name of the file, right? So like a Goblin Camp, for example, is Goblin Camp 2. Where's Goblin Camp 1? I don't know. It doesn't exist. You know, must have been a prototype they got rid of. And then there's like Sunken Crypt 4, but no other Sunken Crypts. You know, there's a lot of weirdness, but it's like Rose is saying, there's 3 versions of the burial chamber, and they're all the same on the inside. It's just on the outside, they have different entrances. So they look different, but they're all the same. They use the same dungeon generation, the same rules, and everything. So they're not actually different. And then, let's see. And then so Desquito said another thing that actually I want to get at before I go and explain this whole system. But he was saying how, oh, yeah, I can be quick to react and add something. And that's something I want to talk about, actually, because something I've noticed that really helps make Valheim feel more alive is if you guys, like, I'm not saying I will always listen to the advice or the recommendations you will make, but I've noticed that if a player makes a recommendation and then I change it and they witness the change, it does something to them. They like feel like they're part of the world if I do that. So I try and make a point of listening to every player, and when they make an idea, I'll try to make sure I do at least one thing from each person who's recommending things. Because I've found that the more you involve people, and the more you show that, you know, maybe even if I don't agree, I'll at least put it in and see what happens for a bit. That kind of thing really helps with the community building. And it also makes players, like, I think it helps them feel more involved. And then they're more likely to keep sharing feedback. Because really, you want people just constantly sharing feedback. That's the best. But as the person who has to decide what to do, sometimes it can be hard to, like let's say you're in a bad mood or something, and then you're reading everybody as just saying something. It can be frustrating in certain moments, right? And that's why it's really important to not, like, dismiss people's ideas or be aggressive. And, like, for the most part, I'm pretty good about that. But sometimes when I'm really busy or, like, I have to deal with something and I'm stressed in real life, I'll, like, misinterpret someone's comment, and they're just giving feedback. Like, they're not criticizing me, they're not attacking me. But in those moments, I'll, like, feel attacked and react really quickly and type a bunch. And like, I don't mean to do that. If I have done that to you, I don't mean to. Because I understand that, like, ultimately, I need people to be giving feedback. And for them to give feedback, they have to feel valued and they have to feel comfortable. So if anyone gives feedback and then they feel like I attack them for it, like, they're just going to stop giving feedback. You know what I mean? So if I ever do that, I'm getting in my own way, right? Like, it's not actually what I want to be doing. But I'm not perfect, so inevitably I will sometimes, because I work on the project every day, and sometimes I get frustrated with how somebody worded something, or, you know, that kind of thing. It's like, you know, it doesn't really matter, though. But I was just getting at Desquito's point that something happens when, like, you make a recommendation or an adjustment, and then people actually, you see it change in the world around you. I think that that's something that is really important, like really, really important for the community. And it really helps the players feel, yeah, that they have something. It's like how they're a part of something at that point. If that makes sense. That's the idea, at least. And I've noticed that with a bunch of people. Basically, the more involved, the more you listen to them, they get involved. But it also works the other way. They give a bunch of feedback, and then a week or two passes, and they haven't seen you update anything, then they can be pissed off at you, right? So it's like, it's not always as simple as I'm making it seem. Like, you can't just always do what a player asks for or what they want. But in general, I think it's quite important for the community, and especially, like, for things like this. I know right now, like, realistically, if you want to be on a Valheim world that you're part of the development for and it's changing around you, I mean, Enigma is, like, the one choice you have, pretty much, right? I mean, it's not like this is something other people do. I know there are other worlds, but I can definitely tell you from my experiences dealing with other people that people are generally much more controlling than I am. It's very unusual to find somebody who lets you, like, use whatever mods you want on the server and isn't that fussed if you come and join on a new character. Like, that kind of stuff's pretty rare, to be honest. I wish it wasn't. Like, I wish people had a more open attitude and trusted their community more and were willing to give their community members more power. Because if you don't, then, like, it's you just offer the same kind of thing they can get anywhere else, you know? But if you really want to stand out and help people, like, have a really fun time, like, they need to feel involved. They need to feel, yeah, like they're part of it, and like they're, like I said, you don't have to do everything they say. People don't expect that, you know what I mean? But it does, like, it does help a lot if you make people feel included, you know, and see what happens, etc., etc. So personally, I would recommend that, yeah, if you're listening and you're running some kind of server project, getting the players involved is huge, like, really huge. Never underestimate how far that goes. It's like Enigma, for example, this whole thing. I mean, if I had to, like, plan everything out, like, I didn't plan this project. It occurred. It happened because I was running a server and people were playing on the server, and then eventually I started scripting, and once I started scripting, well, then I had the power to fix a problem, right? So suddenly, if a player had a problem, I could add a script to the server, and it makes something actually change, right? That's like a game-changing moment. And I think that's the secret sauce for Enigma. It's not even like me or how I am or anything like that. It's a combination of, I'm like one part of the picture, if that makes sense. It's like the fact that I am not as egotistical and I'm not as controlling and prideful as other people. Like, I don't feel the desire to take credit for everything. I'm happy to call this a project that everyone has made. I don't feel like Enigma is Jack Pittman's creation. It's something I manage, right? I manage other people's cognition. It's true, but it's not my own creation. That would be misleading. And my point is that, like, it's those uniquenesses that allow me to, like, more easily work with people and players and see what they're going through and then integrate their cognition into the world itself. And what I'm kind of going for is, like, if I play my cards right, I can just keep developing Enigma for a long time, not, like, finish it, but then have it so, like, you guys play on the server and, like, we can talk more directly. But then also there's people who play in single player, and they also, even though they're not playing with us, if they make a suggestion on YouTube and then I patch it, they get that feeling. They feel like they're, like, yeah, their world may be single player, but the moment they make a suggestion and then they see a response to that suggestion, it's like, I don't know, like, that's how you capture hearts, if that makes sense. That's how people really feel passionate about something. That's how they feel included. And through running the mod pack the way that I do, I can kind of transcend the server's limits and make it so that anybody who is involved is, like, anybody who plays Enigma is developing Enigma. Makes sense? Because you're a playtester, and especially the moment you start, like, writing comments and I read them, you're part of the engine that produces this project. Makes sense? And, like, for me, I would never develop anything normally ever again. Because I've just seen how superior it is to develop with the players involved from the very beginning. And it's just, like, it's incredible. It's like, you just don't have to deal with anywhere near as many problems because they're so obvious. Like normally when you have a game, let's say I wanted to make the Slayer system, I'd have to, like, spend weeks figuring out every little detail, trying to predict the problems people are gonna have, and, like, put a lot of effort into that. Whereas now I can just, like, go ham for a couple days, get a draft done, plop it on the server, wait a week, and then boom, there's spotlights on every problem. They're glaring, super obvious. I don't need to find them. I don't need to figure them out. I don't need to do anything like that. It's all just doable, right? It's all just almost like magic. And that's why, for me, yeah, I'd never go back to developing something without people playing on it. Because it's just so much harder. You have to do so much more work. You have to predict so many things. Like, and then ultimately you still end up having to adjust things when players play, because you're not going to perfectly predict everything. You're just not going to. No one is. Like, maybe people like Tim Kaine can almost perfectly predict player behavior, but, like, you need loads of experience to do that, and you need to have been doing it for ages. It's definitely not something that is just like, oh, just pop by and, you know, predict their behavior. Like, it's actually pretty hard to know how people are going to abuse the mechanics and exactly what they're going to do. It takes getting used to, and, like, even with Valheim, like, depending on the game that you play, things are unique, right? Like, in Valheim, for example, people are, to be honest, they're quite, how do I put it? People are superstitious. No, I'm not saying you guys are, but just Valheim players in general. They're a rather superstitious group. And there's a lot of things that people believe that may or may not be real. That makes sense. Ayo, I can make these black metal chests now. May as well make those. May as well, may as well. Boom, boom, boom. Why is this? I feel like the other one clipped better. Yeah, they're about the same. As long as I can go in front of it, it should be fine. Yeah, and these ones are pretty big. Okay. Yeah, now there's these chests, and they can have whatever. And then I'm gonna label one of these metals. Bum, bum, bum. And the other one, I don't know what I'm gonna label it, to be honest. Color equals yellow. Metals. Nice. Alright, easy peasy. Yeah, now we got all this. And this chest right here is just... This is just a smelting chest, so... I put all this stuff here because I was talking to you all and kind of distracted, but... Basically, we're gonna take all of the smelted metals. It's cool seeing them all next to each other. Wait. I gotta do this, 1 second. Copper. Tin. Bronze. Iron. Silver. Black metal. Black metal. Hey! It's funny seeing them all next to each other. It's kind of cute. You're some cute little metal bars, aren't you? Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Am I missing one? I don't think so. I guess technically I'm missing the old flame metal, but whatever. Just gonna act like that's not in the game. Ooh, I know. This is gonna be the wood chest. Wood chest. Color equals green. I like how they're like the same. Probably the fog, to be honest, makes it look like that. All right, now we got all our wood. Okay, so that'll be like scrap, metal, and coal, that kind of thing. Although probably it should just be in a cart, but you know, whatever. Whatever, it'll be fine. Nice. And I guess, do I have a bunch of stuff in here? Sort of, yeah. What we're looking for is just the things that are part of our system. So we need metal, and we need wood. Here we have treasures, that kind of thing. Boom. More metal. There's some wood. More metal. There's some more wood. Okay. Wood goes in here. Nice. Should probably make the door, yeah, I'll make the door the other way. I made the door backwards, so it's funny. I had to deal with that in real life a couple times. It's a pain. I used to have a job where I would like, I did like carpentry stuff, and I'd help people build closets. And there was these mistakes the designers who earned all the money would always make. And this is actually one of them. They would put doors like backwards in the plan, and they wouldn't think of like how that door gets in the way of the space, if that makes sense. So here, for example, you want the door to go the other way. Does that make sense? Because I can't run through this way. I have to sort of go around like that. That's like a feng shui thing, if that makes sense. What you actually want is just to put the door the other way, so when it's open, the barrier it creates doesn't block a path. If that makes sense. Here we go. So that means like this, see? So it looks pretty much the same, except it just opens that way, and now it's not blocking the path out. However, it would be blocking like if we go this way, but that's not as common, right? Because normally you'd be like here and go like this. Pretty simple. And then here, it just happens to already be facing a way that it's fine, right? So it works out. Bum-ba-dum. Got our wood. Oh, look at all this. I love seeing all this little metal. Oh, I was missing one. What was I missing? Oh, no, it was just an extra stack of tin. I see, I see. It's still pretty cool. Let's see, can we make more of this? We already have these. We already have the big guy. But we don't have these things. Let's see, where should this go? This can just go like this. Now this part. There we go. What do we have now? We're at level 5. Nice, nice. Okay, so that means we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're missing, I guess, the forge bellows, which is great because I can just hide them right out here outside this little spot. Oops. That's not what I wanted. I hear some laughing goblin. Oh, a red guy. Oh, oh, oh. I don't know how he didn't see me. I'm just gonna hide behind this tree here. Uh-oh. How does he not see me? It's so weird. I don't understand. Do I have a bow? I don't even have my bow with me. Where did I put it? Ah, he saw Hal. My bow in here? Oh gosh. I don't know where it is. Fine though. It's fine. There's a red goblin walking around our town. Be careful. You never know what those guys are gonna do. Alright, let's see. Ads. You already got the ads. Already got that. So I guess all we're missing is the tanning rack, is that right? Looks like it. Let's see. A tanning rack outside? Yeah, so all we need for our little space now is a tanning rack and also the other part. Okay. That works, that works. Where'd the red guy go? Oh, there he is. Oh, gosh. Okay. He found me. Hello, friend. Hello. Ooh, your place is coming together, Hal. Looking cool. Oh, God. Oh, God. Uh-oh. I don't like seeing them run off in a different direction in multiplayer. It makes me feel nervous. I needed Verger. Oh, God. How did he miss me? Some teleportation magic, that's what. Where on earth did I put my bow? I have no idea. I don't want to fight this goblin in this lag with this knife. Seems like a bad idea. Maybe I can just, like, lose him. Come on. No, you don't have to run around. You can walk through here. It's okay. I was trying to trap you that way, but I mean, I guess if you'd prefer the long way, you can do that too. Still no bow. Oh, wrecked. Alright. Alright. I'm just trying to get him, like, kind of stuck somewhere else, and then I'm gonna run away real fast so he, like, stays away from here. That's the idea. Where'd the bow go, though? I want to go build in peace. Alright. Oh yeah, Dusquito asked, how can I relocate Diverger? And Rose already answered the question, but I'll explain what she is talking about. So basically... Oh no, he's gonna kill me! No. Okay. So basically, when you're near any Diverger, you can just build a 99 coin stack on the ground, and then the Diverger will, like, it has to sort of be free to move around and stuff. But then it'll notice, and then it'll be like, ooh, coin pile. And then it'll set its spawn point to that coin pile from that moment. And then it starts heading towards it. And if it gets close, it'll take the coin pile. But technically, after you've seen it do the confirmation, it's changed the spawn spot. And then for it to actually go back to the spawn spot, there has to, like, not be enemies around, and then they'll walk back. But if there are enemies around, they're just going to fight them. So it's not, like, quick. Sometimes you have to make the thing and then, like, wait a while, like maybe like 10 minutes or so, and make sure you kill everything else to get the Diverger to go where you actually want them. But it is possible to guide them around that way. And it's really all you can do, because the if you harpoon them, then they'll try and kill you. And some of them are pretty powerful. You don't want them trying to kill you. Hey, nice. We got a basic kitchen already. Awesome. Very awesome. What are we at? We're at level 3, huh? Okay, so what we need is... Oh, no. Oh, he got me. He got me. I don't know what I was expecting. I just thought I could just, like, run away and then come back and he'd forget about me. Something brought him there in the first place, right? Alright, let's see. I know what I'm going to do now. I need to end pretty soon so that I can get to development, because I want to work on the Enigma patch, get that out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go run to the previous base, and I'm going to grab the smelting thing, the blast furnace that's there. in order to do that, I have to grab the motor tiers that I took. Because I took away the ability to remove the blast furnace as well, which was not my intention, I swear. And there's some food in this cart that's like hidden here. Oh, he got you too? Dude, that guy's been just ganking us. I don't know where my bow is. I was trying to fight him for like 2 seconds. And then I just left. Maybe he'll follow me, actually. So now I'm going back to the previous place. There he is. He's right here. Come on, Mr. Goblin. You can come out this way. It's okay. You don't need to go swim in the ocean. Yay, thank you. Uh-oh. Oof. Oh, I'm glad I can jump. Oof. Oh, no, no, no. Now I'm forgetting about the tiers. No, I think the tiers are here somewhere. They're in this place. I think. They were in my inventory. And I think I got all my bodies back. The problem, though, is that I took them away from the base. And then I couldn't disassemble the blast furnace. Even though technically you don't need to, but you know. Hi-ya! I guess if I'm patient, it looks like he's not lagging around too much. I can probably just kill him if I'm patient. Hi-ya! What, does he only attack once? No, he'll try a second attack, won't he? Yeah. But he won't try a third, is that right? I don't know. Look at that Wraith. Wait, Wraith? Yes. Come over here. Yes, this is what I was talking about. Like, yeah, at night it can be a bit crazy, right? But that allows you to do monster-on-monster combat, and then you can just run away, right? So now they've completely forgotten about me. Haha. Oh, wait. Motor tier. I almost ran off with the thing I don't even need. Oh, gosh. All good, though. All good. This guy's down. And that 2-star goblin that was ransacking our village is dead. Yo, look at this! We got some village vibes already! Love it. Oh, I guess I'll work on my shack. I'll make an actual, like, proper house, but I'm not, like... I mean, I'm actually quite impressed by how quickly Hala was able to just move forward here. But for me, I have to, like, think a lot and, like, sit down with a pen and paper and draw some little sketches in real life, and I'm like one of those people. Then I can kind of know what I want to build, but if I don't do that, I always end up just building a bunch of, like, wooden shacks. Here we go. Okay, so what I want are the motor tiers. Which, I guess, they must be in a cart. Probably this cart? Motor tiers, motor tiers. No motor tiers there. Okay, so if it's not that cart, maybe it's this chest? No. No, 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 no. What about Hal's cart? No. What about... Ah, yes. What about this? This nonsense chest. Boom. Nope. Nope. No. Where did they... Maybe Hal's right. Maybe I died somewhere and I forgot about it. Is that what happened? Is there another chest somewhere that might have this stuff? I don't think so. That's okay. Alright, for now, I'll just organize a little bit more. That locks looks threateningly close here. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, let's take the wood. Guess we also need a stone spot. Bum, 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 bum. Nice. Look at all that flint. It's always good to see flint. Okay. So now... Ah, yeah, you're right. I did die carting. Yeah. I'll go check. I think you're right. It's probably like somewhere I died and then I didn't get my body because I didn't have my body with weapons when I died. So I didn't notice when I didn't get that body back because I was already missing my weapons when I had all that loot. So probably I can just go find it that way. I just need to run around and get it, basically. Now that's wood. That's metal. So I guess that means this is going to be stone. Right here. Color equals white. Stone. Hooray. I could make this a bigger chest. Probably a good idea, actually. Do that before. Yeah, now that we have all these black metal chests, may as well use them. What's this? Ah, yeah, I see. I don't got the weight. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Stone. Yay! Now we've got more space. Okay, cool. I guess ectoplasm is stone for right now. It's not actually, but whatever. It was in the inventory and it's heavy. I'm gonna act like it is stone. Okay, so here we have all this stuff. That's all monster bits, food stuff. We'll organize all that later. For now, I'm just trying to get some more structure here. Who got you? I keep just finding dead things. Let's see who got him. I don't see anybody. I see a fallen tree. Something clearly killed you, but what was it? A gobbo? A death skeeto, maybe? I don't know. You figured it out, though. Alright. I'm gonna grab some of that food. And then I'm gonna go look for that other body. But luckily, finding bodies now is very easy. Compared to how you used to just have to rely on your memory. You heard a laugh but saw nothing. Sounds like you got death skeetoed then. I hear laughing as well, but I think it's outside the walls. But now, yeah, now because of the fancy new tomb finding thing. Dakar made this, by the way. All I did was say, like, we need an arrow that points directly at it. Because I tried to make a tomb finding system, but you have to, like, keep using it, and that doesn't work. So I was like, why don't we just make it an arrow? And, yeah, Dakar did this. You just go, my body. Boop. And then it's like, okay, your body's over there. Now I know exactly where my nearest body is. That's actually a pretty simple script, too. That's what's so cool about Dakar's style of scripting. Like, he's really good at knowing when complicated math can be used to solve a problem. And then you just kind of ram all the complex math into one part of the script. And the rest of the script is really simple. And then you end up with a script that does, like, really cool things. Even though it's got crazy math, the script itself is pretty bare bones. And so, like, if you think about the math that goes into getting one coordinate, comparing it to your current coordinate, and then trying to figure out what angle faces the current coordinate, like, that's what, oof, brutal. That's what the fancy math does, but as you can see, a lot of the time, you don't even need fanciness, really. You just need, or you don't need to reuse it once. You just use it once, and then it points directly at your body, right? So if I used it again, you see it's pointing at that tombstone. But because it worked once, that was enough for me to be like, oh, okay. I don't actually need to keep doing it. I see that my body's right here. Probably these guys are going to take care of that Twitcher. Yeah. So now I just loot this and hope that I won't be encumbered. Oh, God. No. Ah! Some things never change, do they? Some things never change. Like that. How does Fallout start? War. War never changes. Except this is Goblintory Inventory Corpse Managing. Goblintory Inventory Corpse Managing never changes. I like the coin trader jokes. I don't know if you guys noticed the origin of them, but I think it was like a month ago I went through and I added a bunch of Chuck Norris jokes, but converted to coin traders. And then I also added a bunch of Yogi Berra-isms. Yogi Berra-isms, like Yogi Berra was this baseball player. I don't really know much about him, to be honest. I tried to jump. Yogi Berra was this baseball player who he was famous for his quotes, and he would say things like the one that just showed up is, "Nobody goes there anymore. It's too crowded." Like, that's a classic Yogi Berra-ism. Like, he makes things that, like, they sound kind of wise, but then if you think about it, it contradicts itself, and that's what makes it a Yogi Berra-ism. So the coin trader's messages are a combination of Chuck Norris jokes replaced with coin traders and Yogi Berra-isms replaced with coin traders. It's like the origin of the humor, pretty much. Where's the goblin that killed me? so funny. I don't even know. It's just like, yeah, whatever. I'll be fine. I'll probably be fine. Maybe. Possibly. Okay. I got corpse run. I got that. Alright, it's time to get this rested buff and then finish up. You know, something I do not miss about regular Valheim is the like unknown time of sailing back home and those kind of things. That was, I think, probably my least favorite part of the game, because I would often find like, I've been playing for a while, I need to stop, I need to do something else. But then it's like you feel like you gotta, you know, take your stuff home, right? And then so you find yourself like sitting playing for another like hour just to get the stuff back that you took away, and like that would happen a lot. I don't know if that happened to other people. Maybe I was just, like, bad at controlling myself. But that was, like, a recurring theme for me, a recurring experience in Vanilla Valheim. Especially with sailing. Like, there's so much times where it's like, oh, I had the wind when I came here, and it took 10 minutes. But the wind was going against me the entire way back, and then it was foggy, and then it was raining, and then I had to run away from a serpent, so it took an hour and 10 minutes. You know what I mean? And it's just like, I don't like that. So that's one of the reasons I wanted to make a version of Valheim where you can sail, but you're not forced to sail. You know? Like right now, I could just log out. It's okay. I'm not going to screw myself over. I'm going to try and go get my body again. But if I don't get it, I don't need to just keep playing. I'm not going to risk something, you know what I mean? I don't need to make it back. But like, if this was a sailing adventure, then if I don't sail back now, I'm just gonna have to sail back later, right? Oh god. This knife is lovely, but it has a tiny little hitbox. So every time I actually get the Death Skeeto, I feel very lucky. Okay though. I got it this time. And I guess while I'm retrieving this body, I will end with the final plans. You're totally right, by the way, Dusketo. I wouldn't be surprised at all if, like, the wind sort of knows where you're going. I feel like deers do that as well. Like, they know where you're aiming and they go away from you. I feel like that's real. Maybe it's not. Maybe I just made that up and it's not true. But I swear it feels that way. Like, it really does. All right, Mr. Deathsquito, come on, let's go. You want to go? You want to go? You want to go? Yeah. Yeah, double duty. Oh yeah. Oh. Jeez. I don't have to be so worried, actually. I have enough health, I'd probably survive the first hit. But it's time to reveal the master plan as I'm finishing up. So basically, you guys are playing on level 1. There's 4 Enigma paths that can be completed. Once you get each path to its end point, then... What? I wasn't able to loot everything? Really? Ah, yeah, I got a bunch of nonsense. No wonder. Okay, I do not need all of those things. I'm just gonna take these things. Now I'm gonna try and run back before I lose my corpse run and then I get ganked. Because I have 43 more pounds than I'm supposed to. Okay. So, we're playing on level 1 so far. There are 4 paths that spiral out from the center of the world. Players can finish each path by paying the tribute 9 times on each section, right? So to a point, that will serve as the progression, okay? But after a certain point, you run out, right? You get to the end. And what happens when you get to the end? Well, at the end of each path is a portal that takes you to the end of the other path that corresponds. So, you finish the east path, there's a portal there, but you can't use it. Until you finish the west path, and then you activate that portal, and now the east path leads to the west path, and the west path leads to the east path. Make sense? So, each time you finish a path, you're getting closer to the rest of it, pretty much. And once you finish all 4 paths, you end up with 4 paths from the center of the world going out, and each path leads to a portal that leads to its corresponding path. So if you want to go to the deep north, you can go to the Ashlands and go in the portal there, and then you'll end up in the deep north. Or if you want to go to the east, you can go all the way to the west and go in the portal there, and then you end up in the east. Okay? That's the end of stage 1. So, what's going to happen is I'm going to add these locations. There's going to be another location you can find called a sealed or a dormant gate. Right? So, basically, what will happen for other players, you guys are dealing with me developing things as we go, so it's a bit more confusing. But with other players, they'll play, and while they're playing in level 1... Uh-oh. Stop it! Oof. I freaked out. While they're playing in level 1, they'll find these gates called dormant gates, right? And then they're like this weird location that seems to be like a hole in the ground that's sealed and like doesn't seem to serve any purpose. It's just confusing. There's nothing beneficial for the player there. It's just like some weird thing they find, and then it doesn't seem to have anything to do. Make sense? It's like a mystery. It's supposed to feel like, oh, they feel like they got jade, like, oh, this is boring. Those things don't do anything, right? Once level 1 is complete, suddenly those will now serve a purpose. They will activate. They'll turn on. And from that moment on, when you go to a sealed gate or a dormant gate, it will move you to the Bifrost. And the Bifrost is basically an Enigma path, except it's built differently. And it's made with different assets. And instead of a path going through the Valheim world, the Bifrost is a circular platform that goes around the entire edge of the Valheim world. So it's basically in the ocean before the end of the world, 200 meters into the air. This means that it goes very close to the deep north and the ashlands, and it allows players to build a big base and then jump with a feather cape down into the deep north or the ashlands. The idea is to give people that corridor of safety to better experience the end game content. And the Bifrost path will be the same as these ones. It'll build out in front of the player and use a similar mechanism with coins. So basically, that'll be level 2. You go up into the Bifrost, and then at first all those gates take you to the same place, the starter. But then, as you build more and more and more of it, the gate will always take you to the closest piece of Bifrost to it. So that will give players the ability to get back up on the path, right? And then they can basically find a gate, use that gate to get up onto the path, build their base there in a completely safe area with no monsters at all and abundant building resources. And then they can like drop down into the end game areas. And then if they die, they just go back to their base and they can drop down. And if they want to return, they find the gate, the Bifrost gate, once it's opened, I suppose. There'll probably be like 50 of them on the server all throughout it. So you can just find one and it'll take you to the Bifrost path. That's just level 2. Basically. And so level 2 will happen until the entire circumference of the world is covered and the Bifrost path meets itself, completing a circle around the entire world that is designed to be like a platform people can build on that goes in the deep north, the ashlands, the east, and the west. Then that is the end of level 2. From that point, level 3 would start. And level 3 is the Ascension. And basically, it's a special kind of path that goes super high up into the sky and allows players to build like where the world tree is. Super high. And it's so high above the terrain and stuff that like if you jump out with a feather cape, you just fall for like 5 minutes or something, right? You have to take your feather cape off to fall and then like go and you can reach the ground like in a halo jump kind of thing. But obviously like to get back up into the cosmos, you'd need some kind of teleporting system. So that's what the gate locations are going to be. They're going to be these things that like teleport you up into these other levels of path. And I don't know exactly how I'm going to do the Ascension path, but I know that it will happen once the Bifrost meets itself. And then the purpose of it will be to supply builders with an area near the Yggdrasil, the world tree, wherever it is. Yeah, that thing. So you'll be able to like build up in that thing, like right under it, near it, pretty much. And then that will be the Ascension, that kind of platform. I don't know how I'm going to do that part. I haven't figured that out yet. It also might not be level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. It might be more like level 1, level 2, and then level 3 and 4 become available at the same time. So I'm not really sure about the Ascension or level 3. I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it. But I know that the theme of it will be up there, and you get like a platform right next to the world tree for people who, because that's like a builder's fantasy, is to like build up really high in the world tree. So I want to make that possible for people. But that isn't really the super thing. The super thing is something else. So I can actually show that real quick. Here, let me just, I'm gonna move this. Gonna make this blast furnace here, and then I'm gonna go get everything back to where we were. Make sure I'm carrying all that I need. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, yeah, I have all this extra coal here. All this stuff. This stuff. Extra arrows? Is that where all this weight is coming from? Yeah, it must be these arrows. I'll just put them in here. Boom, boom. Now we have 3. There we go. Okay, cool. All is good. We'll take this, take these dragon tears, and boom, we're good. Okay. Where did I get this cultivator? I don't know. Works out, though. Okay. So now I'm going to get everything back to the base, and yeah, that's it. Then we'll be good. And so then I'll log out, but what I'm going to do is show you the prototype that I already tested for the final stage of Enigma. And I think this is going to be people's favorite part. The Bifrost thing, it'll be cool, and certain people will totally be blown by it and really like it, especially builders who like the mythology and stuff and want to like make a base and those things. There's a whole bunch. I'm trying to like study more about the lore and make the Bifrost like fit into the lore, because in the lore the Bifrost is like a path sort of made of like a rainbow that leads from a realm to another realm. It like connects the realms to the heavens, basically. So there's some very similar things we can work with. But pretty much that's gonna happen. And the Bifrost thing isn't like, it's very niche. It's gonna be more something builders enjoy, if that makes sense. So what really will be something people actually like is what will be possible with Enigma. And I already did a demonstration of it. Basically, players are going to gain the ability, once the Bifrost is complete, like once that circle meets itself, to then go back to the Enigma paths and make a new Enigma that always goes perpendicular to the current one. That way it'll fix itself and lead to the end of the world, but the player can kind of aim it in a certain direction, and then it's their path. Like, you know, it doesn't really matter if you feel that other people have done the path progression, if you can just start your own path entirely from scratch, right? Like, because then as long as there's areas to pave into, there is more room. Makes sense? Now, eventually the world would get completely full. But I think that this system will allow players to play in a world for a lot longer without getting as bored. And yeah, as Desquito said, it's not like a new difficulty. Yeah, it's not going to make it harder or anything like that. I mean, I could toy with that idea. Like, once it's in stage 2, certain things can happen then. But we'll work with that when we come to it. For now, it's about, like, basically when I developed Enigma, what I noticed is like, okay, players really like building the Enigma path. I did not realize how much fun they would have literally just building the path out. They genuinely enjoy it. They want more of that part. When I first made it, I thought that they would make the path and they would want to get off the path to explore the world. I was wrong. They want to just keep running down the path as it builds in front of them, because that experience is something they really enjoy. So then we were like, oh crap, we have to like limit people so they take their time to actually explore, right? And so that's why there's now the cappers and the staircase and all that other stuff. It birthed out of a necessity for itself, if that makes sense. I don't know where you want this, Hal, so I'm just gonna make this behind you so I don't log out with these motor tiers. Oh, then I sat. I wasn't trying to do that. But that's the idea. And so here, let me just build. I'm gonna build this real quick. No, let's build it a bit better. Maybe like, let's see, those are right there. Yeah, it could just be right here, but let's actually make it accessible, right? Now, it should be where this tree is, to be honest. Oh, yeah, I could just break the tree. Ah. Nice, okay. so now I can just build this, and we're gonna make it so... I want to make it so I can easily put stuff into it. Right, let's back this up a little bit here. Flatten this area out a bit. And then... Yeah, why can't I build here? What's it clipping into? Yeah, I guess it's clipping into that core wood, is that right? Yeah, probably something like that. That's okay. We'll go right here. Oh, nope. Need that. Alright, let's just place this. Nice. There we go. Now we can smelt all that stuff. Good, 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 good. This is here. It could turn into iron later. Alright. Awesome. So now, that's all good. I'm gonna shut these doors. And we're good to go. Alright. So I'm going to log out of this world now, and what I'm going to do is actually show you real quick a tease, for those of you who are still watching, of what will happen with Enigma. Because I already tested it, I made it work and everything, but I realized, like, look, I need to, before I add new mechanics and features, I need to actually, like, just... polish everything up, make sure everything else is running smoothly, and then I can add these new mechanics that I'm really, really excited about. Definitely very excited about them. Here we go, here we go. I just see Fire's joke. Valheim players are superstitious. I feel like deer know where you aim. Yeah, it's true. I did say they're superstitious and then engage in superstitiousism. I actually feel like at some point I saw in the game files that there's some kind of like raycast that checks if the target is, so the deer like knows that it is in the target and it tries to move away. But maybe I'm making that up. You know what I mean? Oh no, I joined on the wrong character. It's okay. I'll just log out and log back in. Yeah, it's single player, so it's fast. Haha. Yeah, as you can see, I have like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of testing worlds. And I just rename them different things every time. So here we are. This is big time. But I ran this test like, yeah, like 2 or 3 days ago, something like that. So it'll be really easy to understand. Like you're gonna see exactly what happened. Basically, we're going to explore. We have the map already. Here we go. Okay. So here we have what a fully mapped out Enigma path looks like. As you can see, it goes here. There's all these stops, blah, 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 blah. But then, what's this? Another one? What? Let's see. Let's look closer. And I know with certainty, this is going to be the most liked level. That's why I'm making it be the last one. Basically, here's what's going to happen. You'll complete all the other things, or whatever the requirements are, whatever it is, whatever I decide on. And then from that point, you're going to get the ability to start a new branch of Enigma anywhere on an existing branch of Enigma. Because I discovered that as long as I make every path go off perpendicular, like this, it's 90 degrees, as long as this happens, then you cannot place a path that goes in a loop. It will always end up leaving and ending at the end of the world because of coincidence. And like what's even crazier is, look at this. This thing, like this is just the test, right? Now let's actually make sure I have my dev materials here. I need my pointy hat. 1 second. Spawn, helmet, pointy hat. Yeah, here we go. Oh wait, no, I'm not running with scripts right now. Am I good? Yeah, okay, I'm good. I'm used to running everything with scripts. In that case, I get kicked if I fly around without a pointy hat. But as you can see, it's just a normal Enigma path. There's nothing different about it, except the fact that the player picked this one. So it doesn't start in the center of the world, right? And what's so crazy about them is just by coincidence, because of the way I designed the capper logic, it still works. So you end up getting the same stops every now and then to attrit the player to continue the path making process of paying the coins, right? And you can see here, because we started facing the interior, it goes and 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 goes, and then eventually goes right through the deep north, right? So the players will be able to make whole entire new branches of Enigma. Not like a little path off of it, a fully sized, functioning Enigma path. And I know that is going to open up loads of possibilities, because now, okay, you can make them overlap over each other. You could aim at a mountain. If you wanted to make a ravine, you can get a sense of like how the path curves and aim it where you want it. This way, players aren't like, oh, no, now all the paths are done, because you can just make a new one. And not only that, but that path is going to go over and like intersect the existing path, which is going to allow people to have more ease of travel. So it basically like all comes together, and I'm putting everything in the player's hands for them to fully occupy a Valheim world. Because the players will be able to know where things don't go. Make sense? So they'll be able to know like, okay, nobody's played in this whole area. I want a path to go over there, right? And the paths always curve to the right. Always, always. No matter where you put them, they curve to the right. So once you learn the behavior, it's like more predictable. Like, let's say I wanted to target this mountain. What I would do is I would have to find an area that's almost perpendicular, like right here, basically. And then I would aim the path that way. And it would go like this, and then cycle up into the mountain like that. So the players will get control over everything pretty much. And then the end result of a really played on Enigma world will be like stuff like this. There'll be a bunch of like overlapping paved areas that then create like intersections where you can go on one path from another. And like this, I don't know how this happened, because I didn't plan this at all. But this intersection, which was just part of the test, just so happened to be right above a burial chamber, right next to a halder merchant. It's like, what? How does that... It's so nuts, right? That these kind of like perfect little spots would show up. You know what I mean? And even then, it's like a really cool place, right? There's plains, a huge black forest. It makes whole areas accessible. So I feel really excited about it, to be honest. And it's one of those things that I just feel like deep in my heart that it's going to work well and it's going to blow people's minds. If I play my cards right, I can make them think, it's almost over. And then they realize it's only just begun. But anyway, that's it for now. Thanks for watching, everybody. If you want to try out Enigma Mode, you can play it on single player. Really easy to set up. All you need to do is get R2 Modman and then try out Enigma Mode yourself. If you want to play on our server, you're welcome. It's a public server. Anybody can join. All you need to do is get the Discord information, which you can find. Just look at my YouTube videos, look in the description. You'll figure it out. It'll be great. Then you can come here, you can hang out in the streams, or you could just play on the world. If you want an active Valheim world that's got some cool people who like sharing things and doing things together and talking and chatting about Valheim, well, I got a place for you. We're looking for more people. There's no fancy thing to sign up. It's a constant influx of new players and some people leaving, so I'm able to keep the world active on a persistent world. Just right now, for example, yeah, I'll be screwed over if no one's online. Oh, no, I'm not on the server. But there's like, you know, between like 3 and like 7 people online. I'm not saying that's loads of people, but this server has been around for over a year and a half, and it's active, right? I don't know if you've joined that many Valheim worlds, but that is very rare, and it's very special. So I'd love to see you on Path of Magic. If you don't want to, that's fine. You can just set up Enigma on your own world or on your own server. If you have a group of friends you want to play with, it's all possible. And if you want to give feedback, you can just talk to me on YouTube, leave comments there, or you can join the Discord groups to do so. So until then, I appreciate all your time, effort, and attention, especially all of the support. You guys have been great. I'll just read Rose's comment real quick. She said, can you place the connection on the outside and have it spiral outside the bounds of the world edge? Yeah, it's possible. I don't know what I'm going to do for that part, actually, because basically the path, once players are doing this, the portals will all exist already. So it won't do what it did here, where it basically, like, made the portal for the first time. That's just because I hadn't actually completed the Enigma world, because it actually takes a while to build the entire paths, even if you're doing it fast on, like, development mode. It's like, I mean, it's like maybe to build all of them, it's like maybe like 2 hours or something. It's pretty time consuming. But basically, this is how they work now. The path reaches the end, and then it ends. Makes sense? So, yeah, there are a lot of things that could be done. Like, it'd be cool to give people the ability to build, you know, like somewhere like close to the water, kind of, where they can get that edge of the world vibe or that kind of thing. Although I'm updating the stability skulls, so it'll now be possible for people to build infinitely horizontally if they're using metal and stability skulls. So technically it'll be possible for people to build like a bridge that goes out over the edge of the world. I wanted to make that possible, but kind of tricky. So that's a thing. But as for what you're saying, I don't know what I'm going to do, to be honest, because I could make it so it ends when it meets another Enigma path. But I think I'm just going to make it so it just passes through it, as long as it's not like the exact same height, 'cause then it'll trigger the auto render. And when it gets here, probably what I'll do is I'll make it so it ends, and it just ends with a staircase that goes all the way down into the ocean, if that makes sense. Because then that creates something that doesn't happen there, right? So, like, you can access the end of the path by going up onto it, right? So that's probably what I'll go with for these paths that are made after all of the portals are set up. But I'm not sure yet, to be honest. We'll figure it all out. I know it'll be great. It'll be interesting. And it'll certainly be one of those, like, mind-blowing moments, right? The beginning of Enigma is that way. It's meant to be like, holy crap, what is happening? Holy crap, what is happening? Where's the boss stones? Like, it's meant to immediately be like, this isn't the Valheim you're used to. Like, immediately, you know, right? So I want to do that a couple more times. Because I've had, like, one of my favorite experiences in any video game is when I think I'm playing a game and I like it, and I think it's about to end. And then it turns out that there's still 2/3 of the game left or whatever. I love that experience. Like, I've had that experience a couple times. One game in particular is Quake. Quake did that to me. I played it and I really enjoyed it. And then I got to like the 8th level and there was this giant boss and it took me forever. And then I finally beat him. And I thought like, oh, that was a cool game. I really like Quake. I see why people like Quake. And then I find out there's like 35 levels and I only beat level 8. And I was like, holy shit. I still haven't gone back and played the rest of it, but I really like that game. And I had a good experience. And there's a couple other situations I've had that in. But anyway, much love, everybody. I hope you're doing well. Left F, hello, by the way. I caught you right at the end there. Much love. Have a good one.